Very good morning to all the participants, and very good morning to Dr. Srinidhi.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, So this is our fourth day of our session. This first session going to be a start. So before I invite to the our speaker today's speaker, I would like to introduce and give the brief of my speaker. So Dr. Srinidhi is going to talk on working with hot potatoes and other open platform for effective online evaluation. So as we know, the evaluation is also going to be online. The system is being followed in large number of institute, but still we are not 100% following online evaluation. But online evaluation is very much important. If we are teaching and everything is on online, so evaluation can also be go online. So Dr. Srinidhi is going to talk on the topic. So Dr. Srinidhi is currently working as assistant professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Ramaiah Institute of Technology, Bangalore. He holds PhD in Computer Information Science from BTU, Belagavi. He previously worked as at IBM India Software Lab. The project handled in IBM were related to data replication to big data platform on Hadoop and HBase. A hand-on approach for application development, published Stringer and research articles in reputed journal. He is actively involved in training of work integrated program for software designer in Philips, Manipal Academy and other institutions. His main area of interest include studies related to parallel computing, big data, and its application, information technology, and ICT for software engineering and education. So, welcome, Dr. Srinidhi, to this session. And just I am handing over the session to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I acknowledge your invitation and very thankful for the invitation for handling the session on the important topic of the online evaluation system, that is the need of the hour. So just to briefly start, before I start, because since it is online, so I think my audio is clear. Let me check my audio and
Yes,
presentation.
yes, it is clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
It's clear, sir.
yeah. Okay, let me share the screen. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
yeah, a very good morning to all of you. So I once again thank the organizers and the entire team behind this the FDP on the Information and Communication Technology in Education from the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar. So thank you very much for the invitation, and I will try to cover on the open platforms that are available for the effective online evaluation. So before we actually dive into the platforms that are available, okay, so there are many platforms. So we will discuss 2 to 3 platforms here, how to do the online evaluation system. See, we are now in the era of digital learning exactly. The digital learning actually existed before as well, but it was not it was not practiced entirely. So now we are in the era of digital learning where the technology is accompanied by the instructional practice that we were traditionally following earlier. So what is the digital learning? If we try to see, the technology embedded with the instructional practice with effective use of it, not only making PPT presentation and do and then assess in the same way. It has to be effective use of technology. So the characteristics, if we see when we talk about the digital learning, is mainly of the learning materials should be independent of time and location and broad access to learning materials. We don't know the exact location of the students and the time where they will access the learning materials. So the learning materials that is provided through the digital platform should be broad access and it should be independent of the location and the time. So mainly students are very increasingly engaging in their flipped and blended as well as online modes. So there is significant shift from the offline to online learning activities because many of them undertake activities in the digital environments, right? But most often we always face this whenever it is a group project presentation or even when we try to do our presentation or our sessions, the infrastructure backbone is the internet here. Of course, there are many restrictions, right? So when we are we actually ready for this digital transformation? Still, we try to use the Microsoft Edge or Internet Explorer or some other browsers that some people are not aware, right? So, and suddenly the slide deck bounce back. The limitation is 1 MB. So, how do we transfer through Google Docs, through Dropbox, right? So, finally, there will be some glitches here, right? And these glitches will always exist in the digital learning, but it is more of the 50-50 kind that both students as well as teachers should accompany and adjust to the environment of the digital learning here. So let me take one brief session on this flipped classroom and then I will go to the online evaluation. Because see, when we want to do the online evaluation, we should first practice the flipped classroom approach. Of course, there are many learning approaches that you might be familiar by now because some of the various classroom approaches. So the flipped learning network gives a formal definition as what? If you see, the instructions move from the group learning space to the individual learning space. See, as teachers, we have practiced this group learning space more, and time to time we have shifted our learning approach to the individual learning as well. So this group space is transforming into dynamic interactive learning where the teacher or the educator guides the students to apply the concepts very creatively in the subject matter. So what happens for the role of a teacher and the role of a student? If we take the role of what is the role of a student and what is the role of a teacher? Teachers create content that is supported by technology and it should be a good tool for motivating students and it can be reused. Very importantly, the reusability of the materials. The more important thing is if the student is absent, can still deliver the result, or the teacher is absent, he can still deliver the lesson. By chance, some other meetings or due to some other emergency things, if the teacher is not there, the lesson is still on and the learning will continue. That is the advantage that we get with respect to the flipped classroom. So what students are expected or what is the role of the student is they can watch the video at any time of the day and as many times as they need. They can note down the key concepts or the questions that they have not understood, right? And then they can discuss with the teacher on the additional examples and the doubts that are arising based on the video that is present here. Very important things, there is no more frustration with the homework. It is always expected that they have to come to the group activity, do activities, and then again discuss with the If it is a kind of flipped based approach, they are submitting at any time, a timeline is given, and within that timeline, the evaluation also happens. And most importantly, on the either side, if you see the absentness will be minimized. So the learning will continue. So this is the main advantage that we get with respect to the flipped classroom. Okay, so let me so please go to this site now, polev.com/Srinidhi Hiri981, and let me get a understanding of how you will get to know here. Okay, so what are the open platforms tools that you have used for the evaluation for your course, or you might be aware of? What are the open platforms? So you can go to that site. You can go it. You can use your web or the mobile as well. So please let me know what are your thoughts on the open platforms that you are already aware of. Okay. So please respond here. Okay, I have received one response. Google Forms, yeah, that is the most used platform now. Any other tools that some of you have used? Okay. Yeah, it can be the Google platform. You can use your Google Meet, Google Classroom, Google Forms, any other open platform tools that you have come across other than this. Okay, Moodle. Yes, that is also a very good platform. In the Moodle you would have used quizzes and other things. Okay, so this is also one of the good tool that you can use. It is known as poll everywhere. Okay, so you can embed in your PowerPoint slides. Okay, say before the class. Okay, Zoom, yes. Say before the class you want to interact with the students, right? Generally in a traditional teaching, what we will ask. So are you aware of this topic? Have you come across this topic somewhere? So we begin our discussion, right? So, but due to this online, it is very difficult for the mute, unmute problem. So you can use this tool known as poll everywhere. Okay, this is available with the PowerPoint as well. Okay, so it will support a maximum of 100 students per class. That is okay. Minimalistic is fine. Of course, if you have the G Suite and other licenses, more number of participants are supported. So this is a very simple tool or a very simple survey poll everywhere that you can use just to get an understanding. It is not an evaluation platform. Okay. So now, have you used any tools that for creating a quiz here? Have you used any tools for creating a quiz? Specifically for creating a quiz. Of course, you would have used your in your Moodle. There is a quiz. Any other tools? Good. Test Moz. Very good. Of course, Google Forms. That is the very standard tool that everyone uses for creating a quiz. Correct? So most of you are answering the Google Forms, WordPress. See, this is a word cloud activity that I have created using the poll everywhere. So the large font gives you the many responses are from the Google Forms. Okay, Google Forms, Google Tools, WordPress, very interesting. So yes, in the WordPress. Okay. Yeah, so these are, most of you have used the Google Forms for creating a quiz, and Test Pause is also a good platform to create a test and do it. Now, whenever you generally create a quiz, right, can you tell me the rank of the choice of the questions that you generally set for a course? What do you rank? Like, how much do you rank here? Multiple choice, true or false. You can give a matching, you can give a crossword, you can give a multiple option, right? Generally when you are setting a quiz evaluation, right, for a quiz, okay, can you rank the choice of questions? Okay, so most of you will go for the multiple choice. Okay, multiple choice, multiple option, crossword, true or false is fourth, and the last one is matching, if you see. So see, I have created this poll everywhere. Okay, a poll everywhere tool we used, and if you see, we can give like this ranking. Okay, so multiple option, multiple choice, it is based on the responses, it will get inverted like this. So this is a good tool in order to evaluate the thinking. Okay, what is the thinking level of a student, or before we generally do anything, right? So generally, if you see, we always go for this multiple option, true, false, multiple choice. We doesn't give much importance to this crossword and matching. Okay, so today I will demonstrate one tool. Before going to that, there are many tools. If you see, in 2020, because of the pandemic, what are all the tools that was actually seen for education? If we see, for the forms, Google Forms, survey, learning platforms, we have the LMS, that is Moodle, Google Classroom. For the games and quizzes, we have Quizzes. Okay, these are many good platforms, so you can use this site known as top tools for learning. Okay, so we have they have listed down many tools, so you can try these tools as well. So I will explain I will demo you one interesting tool known as the hot potatoes. So what is this hot potatoes? So it is a program that will allow you to make the 6 different types of exercises. These exercises can be imported into your LMS like the Moodle. If you have the Moodle server, there also you will create a quiz, but this is more a user friendly and more approachable as well. So in the hot potatoes, we can create a quiz, a multiple choice quiz. Very important thing is we can also create an interactive password, interactive crossword, and then we can see a match up the exercises, and then we can also see the jumbled sentence exercises and gap fill exercises. So this hot potatoes tool will give you more flexibility around creating a crossword puzzle and creating a match the following kind of exercise. So I will demo you now how we generally do this. So in order to download this, you can always type it as like say hot potatoes quiz. So this is the home page. So it is a open platform. It is a open source software that you can use here. So this is the home page of the hot potatoes, and here you have the installer. So you can download the installer for the Windows. Okay, or else it is also available in your Linux. Okay, so that is also available. It is also available on the Mac OS as well. So it is a cross-platform software. So there is also good tutorials that you can also follow. Okay, there is also how to do everything. But I will show you the demonstration of this. So the first step is you have to download and keep it. So you have to install this. So it is supported in Windows as well as Linux. So I have already downloaded the hot potatoes. So when you open the application, you will see a window like this. Okay, it says JClose, JQuiz, Cross, Match, and Mix. Okay, so I have created a kind of tutorial in order to demonstrate this. I will follow this. So first we will try to create first activity known as the quiz. Okay, so we'll start the hot potatoes and we'll select the JQuiz. So if you want to do side by side, you can also do that. Only thing is, as I told you, first you have to go to the hot potatoes software site and you have to download the installer and install it. It will take only 5 to 6 minutes for the installation procedure. Okay, the only requirement is only
Sir, link. Send the link on Zoom chat. Chat.
yeah. Okay, sir. Yeah. So this is the download page. Okay. Or else you can just search. You can just search for if it is taking some time. Okay, you can just search for the hot potatoes quiz. Okay, the first link itself is your hot potatoes. So there you have to go to downloads and this installer you will get. Okay, so this is the installer that you will get. So it will take 1 minute. This one. Okay. So this is how you can download this. Okay, so meanwhile it will in the meantime, when it gets download and installation, you can follow the procedure and then you can repeat definitely. So first we'll create a J quiz here. So I have started the hot potatoes and now I will click on J quiz. Okay. So once the J quiz is open, you will see a window like this. Okay. So let us try to enter the title of the exercise. So we'll give the activity as software quiz. Okay. So the title heading is here. So I will give it as activity software quiz. You can give any name. I will give it as software quiz. And now you can select whether it is multiple choice, short answer, or hybrid, or multi-select. We'll go one by one. First, we'll see the multiple choice. Okay. So we'll try to give some questions. We'll try to give the first question. Okay, and ensure that multiple choice is selected. So here the multiple choice is selected. Okay, here the multiple choice is selected. So I will give the question as like this. Let's say software can be divided into two areas. Okay, software can be divided into two areas. What is the answer? So we will give network software and security software as the first option. And next we will give the second option as system software and application software. And next we will give business software and game software. Okay, and you can give the feedback whether it is incorrect or correct like this. Just a feedback if you want, you can always give a feedback, correct or anything like this. Okay, so
Sir, excuse me, sir.
yes,
Sir,
yes.
sir, can we upload these things from Excel sheet?
Sir, I will take your questions after some 10 minutes, definitely.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So like this, you can create the software quiz activity. So what is the question? Answers you will put. And now you have to give the setting which is correct. Here option B is correct. So we will click this on correct. Okay. So this is the multiple choice. Now in order to add a new question, right? So before adding the new question, I will save this. So you can go to save this exercise, go to file, save. So let me save this here. I will save this as the software quiz. Okay, so now it is saved. Now in order to go to the next question, you have to just click this number here that you see next question. Okay, so now you can see the number one question is already there. If you want any settings and all, afterwards we can manipulate. Now we'll go to the question number 2. So I will add one more question like this. What are the some popular office oriented software applications? So the question is here. Afterwards we'll add some of the options. Okay, and then it will be network software, backup systems, and then it is your word processors and other. So the correct option, we will take it. This is correct, incorrect like this. So the third one is the correct option. So we will save this. Okay, now I will go to this third question. Okay, so this is with respect to the multiple choice. Well, okay, it can be like say a very short answer also you can select here. Short answer or hybrid. Hybrid in the sense it includes your including MC choice, multiple choice options as well. Okay, or it can be multi-select. Okay, so you can let me give one multi-select quiz as well. Okay, so you can use multi-select. The student is required for that multi-select, right? Short answer means he will enter into the and then use the check button to see if it is correct. So I will just give one multi-select question. So let's say like uh, check mark the text editing software. So I will give Word, then LibreOffice, and then say Firefox, and then say Chrome. So these two should be selected, right? So let me click on save. Now I will go to the question number 4 and I will give one short answer. I'll just say like what is the HTML tag for a paragraph, right? So let him write this answer P, right? So that is actually the correct one. It is a short answer, so we can have this as well. So let me click on this save. Now very interesting part. So please pay attention how the other quizzing platforms is very different with respect to hot potatoes is this one. Okay, so now once we have created all these things, okay, we have to go to options and configure the output. Okay, so for this we'll go to the options and there will be configure output. So exercise subtitle, if you want, you can give it as quiz. Any instructions you can see, like you can give it as all the questions are compulsory. And prompts and feedback, if you want, you can use. Okay, questions completed so far, and the buttons will be there for the check button. That is all default. Appearance is like different colors. Timer you can set. You can set a time limit like 20 minutes. Your time is over, like that. And other things are related to the case sensitive. Also you can make here. Checking the case sensitive also you can make. Okay. You can shuffle the order of the answers each question which page loads. You can shuffle the order of the questions each time the page loads. Show limited number of questions each time the page loads. So these are the special things that can be used. Or you can also use a JavaScript code in any way. Okay. Then very important thing is your score and this one. So CGI is through an email address. Submit results through a CGI to an email address if you want. Suppose if you configure your Moodle server and provided logins to them, so they can also submit through that logins as well. Separate logins should be used for the LMS integration I'm telling here. So these are the buttons. So you can configure your output like this. Okay. So after this, we'll click on save and you can click on OK. Now after this, we have to go to this file and create a web page. Very important thing is this. We'll go to file, we'll create a web page and it is a standard format. Okay. Before creating the web page, okay, this is you can also create a web page for this. So I'll create a web page and store it in the one folder software quiz. Save as type HTML. Okay. So we'll save this. Once it is saved, you can view the exercise in your browser or do nothing. So let us try to view this now. So if you see now, this is how the software activity quiz looks like. Here the instructions are there very clearly. All the questions are compulsory. By default, only one question is there, and there are 4 questions now. I will show all the questions, okay, one by one. Now, since I have not included the timer is not running. If I include the timer, definitely it will be day. So let me try to answer this one by one. So let me take like system software. So it says your score is 100%, questions completed so far. So each time it prompts. You can also avoid this and score it at the end as well. Okay. So if you see this, it is very interactive for the student. So he will get instantly the score. Okay. Not as a part of the entire evaluation, but if you want to give a short assignment or you want to evaluate the student based on the class session, you can use that. Okay. But we can also disable this unless and until it is at the end we can also give the score. What are some popular office oriented? So if I use this, it says try again. Then it check boxes multiple things, so we can check here. So if this is a short answer that you can give, that is your paragraph. Okay. So now you can see your score is 100 and questions completed is 2/4. So your score is 100%. It is completed because now it is day. So like this, the HTML page will be created. Now this HTML page, you can import this. You can definitely import this into Moodle,
White code file
Classroom, everywhere. Okay, you can import this to all the learning management systems easily. Your LMS, Google Classroom, Moodle, or anywhere. So you can also modify this. So let me modify this for a minute. I will go to options, configure the output. You can see the show answer button was there. You can disable that. Okay.
खराब दिसतो धुवायचं
नंतर घ्यायला घेऊन आपल्याला घालायचं येऊ का 5 मिनिट
हिजकत पण आहे ना हिजकत पण आपण ड्रायव्हर आहे ना आवरूनच काढू बर का ही जी गाणी आहे ना
I request the participants to put it. Yeah. So you can include the hint button or you can include show answer button that was showing there. Okay. So check button is there, check answer. Okay. Caption for this is check or caption for okay. Include the next exercise button. If you don't want, you can also disable that. You can also disable. Okay. So this is for multiple things. So I will save this now. Okay. And click on OK. Now we will try to see the same web page. How does it behave? See now, show all questions. Now if I see, it will questions completed so far, but it will not say checked or anything. Okay, sorry, try again. Like, so the check will be enabled like this. So this is more interactive based quiz than your Google Forms or anything. Okay. So just to take the question now.
Sir, one more question, sir.
Yes.
Sir, can we grab or find the data of students or their name, numbers like that using this quiz?
Sir, Hot Potatoes is the tool for creating only the quiz. Now this can be, this HTML page that we have defined now, this can be imported in your Moodle or even in the Canvas as well. So for that learning management system, you can directly import this and put it there. So students will directly open this and start answering. Here we don't have the option of getting the name and the email ID of a student. Okay. So this is a standalone tool that will help us to create a interactive based quiz like this.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So is it support mathematical equation?
Yeah, yes, sir. You can definitely, because since it is a HTML based, so and definitely the equations are valid here.
Sir, mass equation can be typed there. Mathematical equations.
You have to use
images.
Yeah, you have to use the HTML tags for that. The question here that we are typing here, okay. So you have to use the subscript tag and the superscript tag in the HTML whenever you are giving the question.
No, sir. All the mathematical equation will not support here.
Questions.
Not much of it, but
Yes, sir.
if you
Basic square root,
Yes.
those who are supported by HTML, that
Yes.
will be support. But
Yes.
for summation, integration, those much for higher mathematics term cannot be included in this HTML.
Sir,
because it's not supporting mathematical equation. I have seen it.
Sir, for that, one of the options that you can try is
a picture option.
Picture option you can try.
That is
local file or picture from the web URL. That would be easy for you. Okay, or you can also insert a media object. These options you can try, sir. Definitely. These options you can try, so that will be easy for you. So picture option you can write on a pen and paper if it is not possible for you to use any software. So that only you can import this, because that if it is a photo, see, it supports GIF image, JPG as well as PNG. So all these are supported. So that is why you can use your picture option. So you can write on a piece of paper, click a photo, and that you can include it as your question here. And for that, definitely you have to use your short answer. Okay, suppose if you want to give a term, what is it known and all, there you have to use your short answer as the question. So one participant asked whether we can import the questions directly from the Microsoft Excel. Sir, you cannot do that with respect to hot potatoes. You have to create the questions and then only you can export it as a HTML. Now, most of the times why we will use this is you can file, you can also export this for printing. Okay, so it has copied and you can now paste it into a word processor. Okay, so if I open some word processor here, how does it look? You can see. So all the options with the keys will come for you. Suppose if you want to use it as a documentation for how the evaluation, what are the quizzes, what are the questions that was assigned. Okay, so it will give you the activity name, okay, then the question, options ABC, and at the end it will give your keys. Okay, so you can also export it on a document as well. So if you want to give away the key answers right afterwards for the students, it will be easy for. So it also serves as a purpose for documentation. So this is a simple activity that I have shown for the quiz. Okay. So now we will move on for creating a very interesting activity known as the crossword. Okay, so how to create this crossword? So I will exit this J quiz now. So in the hot potatoes, I will go into the J cross. Okay, so in the J cross, I will give the title. So let me give the activity as the computer crossword, the title, and let me save this. Okay, so I will save this as software crossword. Now after this, if we we have to give the grid here, right? So enter once we give the title. Okay, so we will go to managing the grid here. Then go to file. Okay, sorry, in manage grid, automatic grid maker we can say. So in the automatic grid maker, we have to enter each word or the phrase on a separate line. So for this, we can type some of the words and we have to add the clues for it. So for example, I will add some 4 words. Monitor, okay, then CPU, then printer, like this. So it will say number of words, okay, and then make the grid. So automatically the grid is created. Now if we want to add the clues, we can go to this option here, clues, add clues option, okay. So you can click on this. So what is the CPU? You can say unit. I'm just giving one clue, one small unit, okay. It is simply like important part of the computer. We can click on okay. So the clues is added. Monitor, it can be like the output device, and similarly for this one more clue, that is output device. So now you can click on okay and okay. So now this is ready for you, right? So this is actually ready. So the clues are over. Now once the clues are over, right? So once these clues are over, we have to export this again. So you can click on save. So now you can see the web page. You can either use a web page or again for the you can also export it as a picture and embed this anyway. So click on save, and now we can see the browser. So here the crossword is created like this. So suppose if I type here, see important part of the computer. So I have to type here CPU, enter. Okay, now if you check, your score is 20%. Some of your answers are incorrect because rest of the things are not there. So then you have to click on the second one, this way, and now you can use your printer. And the last one, it is there here, this monitor. You have to click on the third one. There you can use your printer and enter. If you want the hint also, it will give you. So like this you can check. Okay, so one of the things was blank, like so. If you leave one word also, it will be there for. So each time you have to go click on that number and enter it. So this is a simple crossword puzzle. So this is very much useful when we have to evaluate the students based on some good keywords that they have to remember as a part of the topic in a course. So that will be very easy, this one. So crossword is a very good exercise. So you can export for printing. Okay, if you export for printing, okay, you will definitely get like. So this you can save it as an image and copy it into your Google Forms or any other platforms as well. So your hot potatoes is making you to create evaluation based assignments, okay, in a easy way. See, these things you cannot create it in a Google form as a picture and all. So you can embed this as a picture in Google Forms or any other quiz platforms and do it. So you have number of options with respect to the hot potatoes. Okay. So this is about the crossword. Suppose if you want to do a match, exercise, okay, so that also you can use. So I will show you one exercise. So let me click on this save and I'll close this. I will go to J match. So here I will give the activity as again the software, matching, and the left ordered items and the right jumbled items it will give you. So if I take the same matching exercises, okay. So suppose if I take a simple paragraph tag, okay, I will type here it is your P and break line, you can use it as BR, and then the list, it can be your LI. So now we have to fix this for which and which. You can fix this or the right jumbled items. Okay. So view the exercise outline, you can check. This will be drag and drop move items. Okay. You can change the order of the items as well. Okay. Suppose if you want to fix the option, you can click on fix so that it appears fixed, or else it will be jumbled for you. Okay, right jumbled items. Now after this you have to configure the output, and right to left font and all you can definitely configure here. If you want to shuffle the items, switch left items with right items also you can use. So let me save this first. So I will save this as the software match. Now after this you can also insert a picture if you want. View the exercise outline, it will look like this. Okay. So if you create a web page for the same, drag and drop format or flashcard format, you can check. Okay. If I create it in standard format, so it will give you the options here, right? So it is not giving you the options because I have not set it here. By default it is here, right? This you have to configure this here, or you can use your drag and drop. So if I use the fix option, click on save, go to file and create it in standard format. Right. So this is how you can check your exercise of the matching. So suppose if you also want to do a drag and drop format, also you can do. Okay, so you can drag and drop like this. Okay. So this is how you can use the drag and drop exercise as well. So this is about the matching. The last option is the close here. This is also a very good exercise where you want to insert the picture and then give the gap words for that. So what is it? Alternative correct answers. So this is a good tool with respect to the hot potatoes where you can create a quiz, a matching exercise, as well as a crossword. Okay. So if you have any questions with respect to hot potatoes, I am happy to take this.
Sir, is there any provision to enter data directly from Excel?
With respect to hot, from the Excel, you can't directly import. You have to do it manually here. But once you create in hot potatoes, you can integrate it with any LMS system like Moodle or even in the Canvas as well.
Okay, sir.
Sir, is it possible to give a quiz link like we give for Google form?
So directly you will embed your HTML file. So for example, I have a Canvas account. I will show you. suppose in your LMS, okay, if you, this is a Canvas tool that is similar to your Moodle, okay. So there you will be having many courses, okay. So let me create one new course for you. So if I just type like software course here, and it can be public domain or private or anything. Let me create it in a private space. So after this, suppose if you want to put your hot potatoes quiz here, okay. So how can you do is here, let me give the assignment. Okay, I will create it as an assignment. So I will add an assignment. Okay, and for this assignment, I will give the points as 10. Assignment group is assignment, displays point. Okay, submission type is online, on paper or external tool. Okay, let it be online, and rest of the things I will move it to default. So let me give this as quiz 1 name. Here, instead of entering the questions or anything, okay, I will go to your upload document, and now I will upload this software quiz HTML page that is created with hot potatoes. I will drag and drop. Okay, so once you do this, you can see the HTML code is automatically embedded here. Okay, the meta name, everything, it will come. So I will submit this. So now it is here. So now I will submission type. Okay. You can
Sir,
external tool.
sir,
Okay. Yes.
Sir, is there any analytical features available in Canvas or hot potatoes?
Sir,
Like how many students have submitted, how many percentage have got right answers, like that?
Potatoes, once you do it on the, once you publish it on like Canvas only, you will get the analytics. Hot potatoes is only for creating the assignment activities. Okay, very easily it will give you. You need not do very in a very cumbersome way like your Google Forms way. Okay, so now you can upload this on the Canvas like this. So let me give save and publish. I will just say website URL and save and publish. So now this is the published. Now you can see the student view. How does it look for this? Okay. So now in the student view, we can give the start assignment. Okay. So now we will open this HTML page directly. Okay. Now you can see in this it is directly there. Okay. So now we will answer all the questions here. Okay. See, now it is saying incorrect everything here only. Okay. So like this, in the LMS system it comes, not in the hot potatoes itself. So hot potatoes is a tool to create quiz activities, evaluation activities. Once you create an activity here, you have to upload this, as I told you. Okay, so once the student submits, definitely you will get the analytics here. Okay, who has submitted, everyone. Okay, so once the student submits, it comes in the grades for you.
Sir, can a student get the responses?
Right now you can see the test student quiz 1, no submissions are there. Once the test student is enabled, it will come, the total will come here for you. This is how the test student will come. Grades and all you can evaluate. Yes, sir.
Sir, can a student get the response in their mail of that quiz?
You have to configure in the Canvas itself. For the
Okay.
people tab, in the people tab, okay, so here we have to give the add people everything. So here email address will be there. Okay, role is student, teacher, participant, like this we can assign, and for what section. So here once we configure the email ID, it will come. So I think this will go beyond the evaluation activity, because this is I think Professor KG Srinivasa sir will show you around more of these exploration around the canvas and other things. Okay, so this
Sir,
is how we can embed.
Sir, is it possible to give it on Google Classroom?
Yeah, not it is possible, sir. The
Yeah,
same
okay.
thing what I showed, the
Yes.
upload assignment,
Instead of this, we
support
can
it
use
in Google Classroom as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You can use it is supported on Google Classroom as well. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me take a pause here. So I have shown the quiz, crossword, everything. Let me take a poll here. I am interested to know what programming courses do you teach or do you handle in the audience or in the participants? Are there any participants who handle programming courses like C, Java, C++, Python?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Even I have developed a similar types of evaluation system.
Okay. Sir, generally, have you tried any online assessment for coding exercises?
No, sir, I have not done it online.
Okay. Okay, I see some of them, they have tried some online assessment. Okay. Some of you have tried. Okay. Generally, these coding exercises and assignments and programming courses. Okay. I think one of the participants, can you mute your mic? Yeah, thank you. See, this quiz exercises and other things we can definitely create using Google Form and other LMS systems, and we can evaluate. But I am sure that some of the participants in the audience, you are telling that you have not tried any kind of online assessment for coding exercises, right? So now I will show you two tools very importantly for the engineering background students or any others. How do you assess the students online for coding assignments or for coding exercises, right? So there is one tool known as Code Board. Okay, Code Board. So here it is a web-based IDE to teach programming in the classroom. Okay, how to teach programming in the classroom? We open editor, we compile and show, right? But we should also facilitate the students to interact with a teacher during programming and then do it, right? So this tool allows very important languages like Python, Java, C, C++. Very importantly, you can hide any file or folders that the student should not see. Okay, so you can go to this website codeboard.io. Okay, I will show you some of the exercises that I have actually done and how the submissions look like. You can type codeboard.io. So you have to sign up here. If you don't have an account, it's a very simple sign up. I already have the account with me. So I will sign up with this. I will sign in with this. Okay. I will show you some of the submissions that I have already seen, that I have already tried. Okay. So you can see here, there is some submission here. Okay. And I can see for various projects. Okay. The test passed and the test failed, everything is here. Okay. So this is how the submissions look like. So there are some projects already created that I have done here. So this code board will give you a lot of options to interact with the students in a near real time. Okay. So in order to create a new project, you can go and create new. You can give the project name. So let me give it as a software. We'll try Java. Okay. Java sample. I'll give the project name. Here you have the option as Java Day unit or specifically Java. Okay. So if you want to demonstrate anything, you can do like this. Okay. Or if you want to create a test using Java, I will show you. So I will show you one demonstration and one unit test case. So let me go with Java now. Okay. So don't create it as a private project. Okay. Because it is only accessible by the owners and users, or you can share the link. So I will create it. So now what you can do is, suppose now I'm taking the role of a teacher. Now you can directly go to this site. Okay. So you can directly go to this site now. Now you will see only one program, that is Hello World. Okay. Hello World you will see. Are you able to see? So if I take the role of a student in another browser, how does it look for a student? It looks like this for a student. Right? So when the link is open, it says sign in. Okay. So I will sign in using one more email. Okay. So see, actually in the teacher login, we see this JSON, but that is how we can configure some if you want to configure. But now on the student, it is visible for you. Okay. On the student, if I click on main.java, it is visible. Okay. Most of the times what happens, the student has to type and see what is the error. So this is a simple Java program. So on the student side, I'm showing you, he will compile. Okay. And then he will run. Okay. Now, as a teacher, I want him to I want the student in the same session to do one more exercise. Okay. So I will create one more exercise here. I will say add file. I will say add file, and let's say like this as program1. Okay, enter the name .java, we will give program1.java. Okay. Now in this program1.java, I will copy some of the things from this, and now I will put one comment here. Please print hello 2 times using the for loop. Okay, using the for loop. So now I have to save the changes. This is from the teacher point of view. Now, I have to reload this. Now you can see this program1.java is present on the student point of view. So now he has to type the code here. So he can type the code and see when compile and run. So you can give a set of exercises like this, okay, but he cannot submit here. This is only for the interaction. Okay, this is only for the interaction. There will be compile and run. Even at the teacher side, you can give only the program and please print. You can see, please fill the code here. There is no option of submit in this option. Okay, so this is how some small interaction that can be given for coding based assessment. But suppose if you want to give as a kind of test, okay, so let me exit this project. So I will open this in one more tab and show you how it looks for a submission based environment. Okay, so you can create a new project and you can say like Java test. Now you have to select J unit. Okay, I'm showing the test for the Java program. J unit, create, and you have to go to settings here. Allow users to submit the code. You can limit the submission time frame if you want. Okay, you can also print the submission feedback if you want. Right now I will not limit anything. You can say save changes. So I will go to this project now. I will open the IDE. Now you can see here there are some H files. This H file stands for hidden. Okay, this H file stands for hidden. How does this look like in the student view? So I have to share this link with the student, right? So this is the Java test. So now I will share this link with the student. Okay. So, and now I am showing for the student view. Okay, now you can see there is test and finder test on the student view, but on the teacher point, you can check here your subtest test submission is not there. So we can design the test and give it. So this program, if you see, it is a simple maximum element finder, okay, in a given array. Okay, so what does it doing? It is calling your method find maximum element, that is in finder class. So it is maximum element 0, and he will check with the maximum element. Otherwise, if it is less than or greater than, he will check and then he will submit. Okay, so that is your maximum element that is present here. So now we have defined the test cases. First test case, at test will give you that these are the test cases. What is the test input we have to define, and what is the expected result. Okay, so here expected result is 5. Okay, so then it will call the find maximum element. It will assert true when actual result is equal to expected result. What is the actual result? That is given by your method, and expected result we are giving it here. So there is one more test case of 117. There is one more test case. These test cases the student will run, but I want to find out as a teacher whether he will also write a code where if we have the negative elements. See, for example, if you have -11, -55, -1 and -12, right? With respect to negative integers, it is actually -1, right? So he should also write the code for this. So this test case is hidden from the student. So that is one test case that we have already included here. Okay, so now I will just show you from the student point of view where it is already created this. Now you can see here, unless the program is compiled, the student cannot run or test. So compilation will happen. Compilation is successful. Now the student will run. Now it is executing correctly 42. Now we will try to run the tests for this project. Number of passing tests is 3 and number of failing tests is this one. But now when a student tries to submit the solution, to pass it 33% of the test, because for the student other test case is hidden. He has not included the code to find the negative maximum element as well here. So from the teacher point of view, if I exit this project and now if I want to see the submission, see, one student has submitted 33%, number of tests passed and number of tests failed. Okay, so we can see like this. Of course, if it is filtered by username, will be there. So this is the username of the student that we have seen here. So you can also give the usernames by before and then ask the student to use only those usernames. Okay, so that we have to do it. So this will give you a flexibility of assessing the students for programming. Okay, very important thing is it will give you an option of hidden test cases, and this is online. Okay, so this is open platform that we can use with respect to the coding. I will show you one more good platform for very interactive live coding room. Okay, so we have one more platform. Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm trying with this URL, but are not able to submit.
Sir, first you have to compile, run, test, and then only submit.
Compile, yes, I have compiled.
Then you have to test.
Acha, compile, there is error, okay.
Yeah.
File, compile, now compile, main, finder, one second.
Yeah.
Yes, compile, yes, error free. No, error, 4 errors.
Yeah, you have to rectify the error.
Okay.
That is the good thing about this tool. Unless the compilation is successful, the student cannot test or submit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after compile, run and test, then I'll submit.
Yeah. Now you can see my screen, sir. Here.
Okay.
See,
Yes.
already it will look like this. The compilation will become successful. One message will come. Then he can test, the student can test whether it is running correctly. Maximum element is 42 according to this list here. Okay. Now there are some test cases here that is defined. So those test cases will also pass us. Here. Number of passing tests is 3. These 3 test cases will pass. But I as a teacher have included one hidden test case. Okay, this is hidden from the student, this negative one. Okay, this negative one, actual result should be there. So now students submit this. Now the submit is enabled. Submit will be enabled only after testing. So then he can submit. So it says only passing percentage 33% because of that hidden test case. Okay, so there is a another.
So why these test case, sir?
Sir,
I can't able to understand.
See, there is one hidden test case where I have included where if you have the integers -11, -55, -1, -12, maximum out of these negative integers, the actual result is -1. This is failing. The code that is written by the student for the finder element should also include the negative numbers. So here you have to, here the student has to write a code if it is negative and then submit. Then only 100% will come. Suppose if I remove the test case, okay, let's say if I remove this, okay, if I remove these 3 and include only this, so I will save the changes. Okay, now at the student point, now if we compile run, what happens? Okay, now I will go to my main, he will compile, he will run the program. So maximum element is coming 42, then testing is passed. Now if he tries to submit, see, now it says you have passed 100% of all the tests. Okay, so as a teacher, we have to give a test case where the negative, where some failing will also happen. We have to identify that test case where student will make mistake. Okay, so now if I exit this project and check the submissions, see, now there is one student, test failed is 2. He has submitted so many times. So like this we can see the submissions as well. I will take only last 2 minutes. So coding rooms is there. It is a very good tool. It is also a very good platform, real-time platform where we can actually see what students are coding. Okay, based on the assessment. Okay, so you can go to this link here, that is known as coding rooms. So it is a virtual classroom for teaching. It is absolutely free for the teachers. Okay, you can check at the bottom, they say for a teacher it is free as long as you need. Okay, for simple exercises. Okay, for these things. Okay, so let me log into this. You have to sign up for this coding rooms. Please use this coding rooms. It is a very good tool to teach programming subjects and have an online kind of activity and assessment for the students. Okay, so now you can create a live classroom. I'll create a live classroom. Okay, you can also you all can join. I'll create like FDP. For some Python I will use. Okay, I will use the Python as the programming language. Okay, you can enable audio video. Let me disable that now, as of now. Okay, because it will clash with the Microsoft Teams. I'll create a live classroom. So how to share? Okay, learner join link will be there. Okay, you can copy the link. So all of you also can join now. Okay, so this is a coding room. So I will start the classroom. Okay. So this is actually some program is there. So I can see, are there any students? Right now there aren't any learners in this classroom yet. So I will join as a student now.
Can you share the enroll codes, join code?
Yeah, I have shared it in the Teams chat here. I have put the link. So now you can see you're currently not logged in. Okay. I will join as anonymous. Okay. Join code is like this, display name. Okay, I will just display as like say just to give a identification. I'll display it as Abhishek, set and continue. Okay. See, now this is a student point of view. It is loading for me. Okay. So now you can see there are many this one. So what I will do is I'll just type I am a student by name Abhishek. Okay. Now as a teacher, I can see the student workspaces here. Okay. I will go to student workspaces. How many students are online? Okay. What are they doing and all? We can definitely see. If you have joined as an anonymous, definitely it will come as anonymous. Okay. So now I will go to student workspaces. Okay. Now I can see many students have joined. What they are typing, I can actually see. Okay. So it is provisioning the terminal. So now we can see like this, we can see each student workspace. Okay. Say suppose I want to see what Abhishek is doing. Okay, so I can go to Abhishek workspace and help that student if he is stuck on a line of code. Okay. Or else I can also chat with everyone. Okay, hi all students. Hi all students, you can chat. Okay, so you can have a one-to-one interaction with a student for one coding activity. Okay, so here you can say like now I'm giving one example. Please type the code for printing an integer value. Okay, this is my workspace. Now this workspace is already seen, right? It is already seen now, right? Right? So some anonymous and all, if you try to see, I'm a student by name, someone is editing here. Okay. Like this, you can track each and every workspace of a student, what each of them are doing. Okay. Some of them, what they are trying to type, what they are trying to do, everything you can try this. Okay. So this is a good coding room, classroom experience that we can indulge with the student. Okay. So for assessment, you can use CodeBoard. For giving the live session of coding exercises, you can use your coding rooms. So you can see the student workspaces easily. So I will conclude my session on this. So the development.
Sir, excuse me. Sir, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Sir, it can be used in offline classes also. By sitting one place, we can monitor all the students what they are doing.
Yes, sir. Yes. See, like this, how much active he is also we will come to know. Active 3 minutes ago, active 4 minutes ago. You have this option known as open workspace. So you can open the workspace and type. Okay. You can also chat with the students here. Or if you want to chat with a particular student, like say Abhishek, you can say please start doing the exercise now. So on the Abhishek chat window, it appears. See, please start doing the exercise now. Right. So it is very useful tool that we can monitor the student. Okay. So this is a open and free platform. That
Sir, all the library files will run. For example,
yes, sir. See,
so for example, I am using matplotlib of Python. Will it run?
Yes, sir. Import statement you have to use. That's all.
Oh, all the library functions are available here. Pandas, Python.
See, if I click on run now, see it is saying it is not throwing me any error. Hello world, this is Python. Import matplotlib is fine. By default, it is a Python interpreter that it will run in the background for you. Okay, I will conclude my session now. So, very important thing is there is major developments and in the emerging education technologies that is having significant impact on the education. So now as teachers as well as students, we have to facilitate the learning environment, right? And work alongside with the technology so that there is more emphasis on the virtual classroom, and the problems that arises here, we have to investigate and provide a solution for that. So in the field of learning analytics, okay, technical solutions alone must be driven through fundamental understanding about how students learn. It's not like that I'm using code board, I'm using coding classroom, so all of you should use it. No. What is the fundamental thing? The fundamental thing is student must learn how they will learn, right? So that should be the useful case that we have to take here. Okay. So I will stop my presentation. So I am happy to take any questions now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, can we have the list of free available LMS so that we can know all about them and we can practice all about them?
Sir, there are many. This one, what you can always do is you can go to this site. I will give you this site known as Top Tools for Learning. Okay, I will put it in the ad box. Okay.
Yeah.
Toptoolsforlearning.com is there. This site gets updated very frequently. So you can use this site and learn many of the tools that is actually there for learning. So there they will list very importantly saying that it is free, it is cost, like that. So you can use that.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir, will you please tell me that if I am creating any quiz in Hot Potato, then how I can share it, that link in Google Classroom?
Madam, you have to export it as a HTML. Okay. First thing is you have to export it as a HTML. That HTML file itself you can directly upload it in your Google Classroom. Like you upload your presentation slides in Google Classroom, right? In the same way, you can upload the HTML file.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. I think session is over. Yeah, Dr. Nidhi.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, yeah.
It's over. Okay, okay. So thank you very much for your wonderful session on this evaluation system. How to there is a lot of software is open source available. But even I would recommend that institute should buy your own software for any kind of evaluation, so that whatever the data they are uploading on that software should be remained with that institute only.
Correct.
So thank you very much for your valuable session. And next time, if you required any kind of help from your side, definitely will invite you also.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you once again for this opportunity. I thank all the organizers and the program committee for giving me this opportunity to do session on this. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Okay, dear person, we'll meet the next session after half an hour at 12 o'clock. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
बत्ती कटारी जल्दी दे चेकने उससे नहीं
हेलो अब खन्ना स्टार्ट हो मालूम के 12 ಗಂಟೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೊರಟ 12 ಗಂಟೆನೆ वो लिंक पर क्लिक करना होता है
पप्या इथं व्हॉट्सअप प्रश्न पप्या ओनच घाल बघ
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, Dr. Srinivas, are you available?
Professor Srinivasan.
ಹಲೋ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಮ್ಮ.
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay. Hello, madam. Good morning.
Dr. Srinivasan.
Sorry, good afternoon.
Welcome, sir, for the session.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, sir, you can start the session.
I will start. Yeah. Shall I? Oh, okay, madam. I will start. So, good morning, everyone. Madam, I cannot send the messages. It is blocked for me, or do you have any system problem?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat?
I cannot send messages. You have any problem, system problem, or any settings that you are supposed to do? No.
Well, sir, messages are actually visible here and on my PC.
No. For me, I cannot send the message because you are not the member of the chat. That's what it is coming. No issues. I will just check it now.
Neha, you talk to the technical team and ask him to just activate that.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Good afternoon, dear participants. We will start with the second day. Today I will talk about a very important aspect which is actually roaming around, and everybody are now very much worried about this, called learning analytics. What is this learning analytics and why it is very important? Fortunately or unfortunately, I have written a book. Don't feel that I am advertising my book, but I am just taken my content from the book. So don't feel that I am giving an advertisement for it. So it is just because the book. So this was actually extracted from my own book on Beginner's Guide to Learning Analytics. It was written by myself on behalf of my colleague also. I will just give you what is about the learning analytics, which is extracted from the book, so that you will come to know what is the learning analytics, what are its contents, and what is actually the talk about. Basically, the learning analytics will provide some various technologies that is required to do the analysis and practical advice on solid foundation of the measurement strategy. There are a lot of tools for learning analytics. Then how do you gather a lot of data that will improve the learning outcomes, and also it gives a good insight into the readers and the trainers, practitioners who wants to build some analytics capability beyond learning. So basically here you will learn about the learning analytics, what are the paradigms of learning and teaching, benefits and challenges of learning analytics in education, and describing how learning analytics could bring remarkable benefits for the education, and some case studies. So it has divided into 10 chapters. The first chapter talks about what is the learning analytics, evolving field, and what are the drawbacks, what are the challenges, what are the ethical concerns of the learning analytic tools, use of learning analytics, and many questions. Then the next chapter talks about educational data mining and learning analytics, where you talk about EDM or machine learning and what are the applications. The third chapter talks about how do you prepare for learning analytics, what is the role of psychology, how do you architect the learning analytics environment. So what are some case studies, conclusions? Similarly, one more chapter on data requirements. How do you consider the data models used to represent the data? Then privacy maintenance, case studies. Then popular learning analytic tools. What are the strategies to successfully deploy a tool? Exploring learning analytical tools, case study, initiation of learning analytical tools, and some other technologies like big data, machine learning, data science, AI, how these things will help in learning analytics. Then what is the learning analytics that you're supposed to do in massive open online courses? What are the major concerns of implementing these learning analytics in MOOCs? What are the limitations of applying these in MOOCs and many other platforms? Then the pedagogical perspective of learning analytics, like what is the pedagogy, what is the interventions, preliminary model of pedagogical learning analytics and intervention design. There is a case study of Newman University of Birmingham's collaborative development pedagogical intervention is given here. Then moving forward, there is a how self-learning and learning analytics are related, lifelong learning and learning analytics is related. What are these skills that are required, and smart learning analytics. There is a new trend is called as smart LA. Okay. So finally, we have some case studies on recommender systems using learning analytics, learning in analytics in higher education, other evidences from learning analytics. Fine. And we have also given good number of problems as a part of this learning analytics. So finally, this book is intended for the readers who have some prior knowledge in learning analytics, and it functions as a text also, and it covers key concepts linked to learning analytics for researchers and practitioners, and it will help to those who want to apply analytics, right? So now with this introduction, again I confess you this was not just for information. Okay, anyway, the book seems to be little costly because it has been published with Springer, and therefore it is just an introduction. So what is this learning analytics? So let us give a kind of overview on this. Okay. The learning analytics, there is one Horizon report 2019 higher education edition produced an EduCase learning initiative which identified that learning analytics is one of the digital strategies and technologies expected to enter the mainstream use in the near future. And simply speaking, learning analytics is what? It is some use of big data technologies or data mining techniques to provide some kind of actionable knowledge. Sorry, some kind of actionable intelligence for the learners and teachers. This is a major problem. So generally speaking, learning analytics refers to the collection analysis of data about the learners and their environments for the purpose of understanding and improving the learning outcomes. Okay. So basically, there is a society for learning analytics research, SOLAR. You can also become the member of this society. It has adopted probably the most often quoted definition of learning analytics. So what is the definition of learning analytics? It is the measurement, collection, analysis and reporting of data about the learners and the context. For what purpose? For understanding, for optimizing the learning and the improvements in which it occurs. Did you understand? Learning analytics is the measurement, is nothing but the measurement, collection, analysis and reporting of data about the learners and their context for the purpose of understanding, optimizing learning and the environments in which it occurs. So the importance or impact of learning analytics for the universities and institutions or students, it has a very big impact. Every time a student interacts with their university, be that going to a library, logging into their virtual learning environments or submitting assessments online, they leave behind a kind of a digital footprint, right? So learning analytics is the process of using this data to improve the learning and teaching, right? So there are top 3 features of learning analytics that we have to watch out. First, why it is important? It improves the quality of teaching. So the analytics have been used to improve teaching. Learning analytics can furnish teaching staff with better information on the quality of educational content and activities that they are providing and on their teaching and assessment process to enable its continual enhancement, right? And obtaining better data on the student experience potentially enables an institution to identify and address the issues of concern to the teachers, such as inadequate feedback and many other things. So analytics can be used by the instructors and tutors to monitor the performance of their students while the module is taking place. They can adopt their teaching. If, for example, they identify the students are struggling, they can change a lot of things. So it is something like corrective action that comes in between, right? Then you are going to boost the retention. The better understanding of data about the learners and their learning can help the universities to tackle high attrition rates. Nowadays, few institutions are facing this problem of attrition rate, lower attrition rate. But using this learning analytics, you can see whether any result of adverse impacts on the leaves are affected or wasted expenses for institution. You can see a lot of things. And student data analytics can be used to predict which students will not progress to the next academic year. You can always predict before so that you can take some corrective action. Analytics had a positive impact on retention. And also, once an at-risk student has been identified, if you identify who are the students on risk, you can make some kind of personalized interventions, such as you can forward the student's case to an advisor or a counselor, or a support from a tutor can be taken to help and try and retain those students. Did you understand? Then enabling students to take control, like you are giving students better information on how they are progressing, what they need to do to meet their educational goals is another important application of learning analytics. So here, learning analytics can provide students with the opportunity to take control of their own learning, give them a better idea of their current performance in real time, and help them to make informed choices about what to study. So what is that? Here it will provide, learning analytics will provide students an opportunity to take control of their own learning style. They can study in their own pace. There are many institutions who are implementing a scheme called fully flexible credit system. Okay, fully flexible credit system. Students can take, will have a flexibility. For example, one semester they don't want to learn anything. Another semester they want to take 10 subjects and study. So what is the problem with you? If the students are prepared, what is the problem? So give them a better idea of their current performance in real time and help them to make informed choices about what to study, right? So learning analytics has the potential to transform the way we measure the impact and the outcomes in the learning environments. So what we have to do is, it enables enabling providers to develop new ways of achieving excellence in teaching and learning. Learning analytics will provide some new ways of achieving excellence in teaching and learning, and it provides students with new information to make the best choice about their education, right? So universities should grasp these opportunities to the real world in the development and use of learning. So now, before I go, I will stop my presentation temporarily here. Yeah. Now I will ask you, or I will show you some problems that can be taught as a part of learning analytics. Now, can any one of you tell me what is the probability density function of your marks that you give in your internal assessment? Have any one of you tried using this? What is the probability density function, or the mass function, or probability distribution function, or the curve that you are getting from the marks, especially internal marks obtained from the students? Anyone, can you tell me? Yes. Can anyone tell me what is that? No one is active. Yes. Tell me, sir. What is the probability distribution of the marks that you will get?
Sir, we never check such things. We are only bothered about our feedback and increments, and students are bothered about just marks.
No, I am just asking one curious question. What is that you recall, sir? In the sense, Srinivasan sir, you see the marks given by many of the faculty in your part. It will be, for example, if it is 24, our marks, minimum marks start from 20. Majority. There may be one or two outliers who will get less than 20. It will be a kind of a uniform distribution between 20 to 25. Right? And I am not saying it is wrong. What I am trying to tell you, we have to understand. Similarly, now, the way that we are putting it, a person getting feedback. Its internal marks is only between 23, 24, 25. So what do you correlate? His feedback is excellent, and the way he gives internal marks 24, 25. What do we correlate? Hello. Any idea?
Sir, your voice was breaking in between. Can you please repeat it?
Madam, I will give you one analogy. For example, the internal marks given by the faculty member is only 23, 24, 25 out of 25 to all the students, and his feedback what he gets is excellent. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
So now what do you conclude? It is a very general conclusion that because he is very liberal in giving the marks, he is getting a feedback excellent. Yes or no?
Absolutely, sir.
So now, for example, a person who does a very good evaluation and gives the marks as the students deserve, you try to map to his kind feedback. His feedback may not be excellent. Did you understand?
Sir.
So now what I am trying to tell you is, we have to, in the sense, see and correlate the data from different perspectives before we try to evaluate the faculty and the students. So usually, many times I tell many institutions, don't evaluate the faculty only by feedback. Evaluate the faculty in multi-dimensional perspective. Okay, so that you come to know the reason why he is getting so. These are all can be done using simple data analytical tools. Did you understand?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, in private colleges, feedbacks are given as said by the HOD. If you want to remove somebody, automatically feedback will be poor. It is already informed of the student.
That is what, this is the problem. So if somebody wants to claim that why my feedback is coming less, I should show the way I am giving the internal marks. But unfortunately, there is a pressure on the faculty also to give liberal marks. There is a problem with that also. I agree that. Okay. But what I am trying to tell you, in the universities or abroad, they don't only go by the feedback, they will try to create between the feedback, the marks or the grades given by the faculty and other issues by the faculty. They will take different data from different sources and try to give or grade the faculty. Unfortunately, it is not being followed strictly in India. Okay. So, is required. Okay, I will just show you a set of problems that we are supposed to do. I will show you one minute. Yeah. This is a disturbance, I think. Please, can you? Is this problems are visible? What are the typical that learning analytics? Very simple learning analytics that you can do. So for example, you have some students, X students in the class. The students and their number of practice tests that they have attempted and the final scores in the exam. Now, find out what is the regression model that will fit the data. So, is the model like as many number of practice tests they attempt, will their final score will improve? You can see, for example, here more the number of attempts they have done, they have got a better. Right? 9. So 2, 3.5, 3, 4. Please see, there is a linear regression model between the number of practice tests, and I am just showing you in the data analysis perspective. So there is a linear relationship between the number of tests the particular person attempt with the final score of the exam. So therefore, this is an evidence from the data that you may have to conduct some kind of practice test for every student, right? Now there is one more. I will give you some. So just have an idea of what is a learning analytic. Consider that you are a professor of a course and you have two teaching methods. One you want to do some project based learning and another one you want to do regular learning. For example, one subject you want to have two pedagogical approaches. So you want to actually adopt two methods. Now you want to test which one is the effective learning teaching method that you want to consider for future teaching. So for example, you teach class A using teaching method 1 and class B you go for teaching method 2. Now when you conduct the same test for both the classes on the same topic, you may have the scores of students of both the classes. So now you have to use this learning analytical tool and find out which teaching method is effective for that course. Okay, so these are all the way. I will just show you some examples of the problems that you may have to think that comes under learning analytics. Now another example, you have the data of 100 students. Say let C1 is the number of hours the students have logged in the online course portal and C2 is the scores in the final exam. Now, using this data or any of the tool, you determine what is the relationship between the number of hours the students have logged in the online portal and the score in the final exam. So you can find the correlation, right? Similarly, there is one case. Consider you have 60 students of your class. For example, C1 is the performance of the final test, C2 is the number of hours spent on the learning environment, and C3 is the number of quizzes attempted in the learning environment, right? So now using this learning and find one, which will be the greater predictor, either C2 or C3 on C1. Did you understand? Which is the greater predictor, either a person or a candidate who spend more hours on the learning environment will get a better performance, will have a better performance in the final test, or a person who attempts the number of quizzes in the learning environment, he will perform better in the final test. So you have to find. Fine. So similarly, you have another problem. I will just show you some 10-15 problems so that you will understand why I am telling you this. You should understand the problems. You have been given following data from a study conducted with the learners interacting with the learning environment. One is called student ID, page ID, activity ID, and the time spent on the page. So from the above data, what are the different ways of learners navigate through the activities in the learning environment, right? And in which activity do the learners spend maximum time? What are the different ways the learners navigate and in which activity the learners spend maximum time? You will find out, so that will be the interesting activity in the portal. Similarly, one more problem. Consider a data set consists of students. The data interacted with an online MOOC course. The features can be extracted from the lag data. What are that? Student ID, number of lessons completed by the learner, the number of quizzes attempted by the learner, number of coins earned by the learner, number of responses in the discussion forum, total number of activities completed by the learner. These are all the statistics you will get in any LMS. The number of coins earned by per activity and the time for which the students has not performed any action. So using above feature, what you are supposed to predict? Predict a target variable. What is the target variable? This will inform whether the student will log out from the system before or given a fixed time. So what you are supposed to do is you develop a logistic regression model with 10-fold cross validation and then evaluate your model to answer the question. You can also use some Veka tool. What is that? What is the AUC model? What is the F1 score? What is the recall value of the model precision and the accuracy? Fine. Similarly, there may be a problem. Like consider a data set that this consists of students data interacting with an online MOOC course. The features can be extracted from the log data. Student ID, the feature classifies students into 3 categories: masters, bachelors and doctorates. This represents the number of chapters completed by a particular student, and this also informs the number of times the student has posted in the discussion forum and the marks obtained by the particular student in the first assignment. Right? So now use any learning analytical tool of your choice for visualizing this data and answer the following questions. Find the interquartile range, chapters completed with a box plot. Use a bar graph and report the percentage of students having the bachelor degree that are enrolled in the course. Use a pie chart to represent the gender distributions that are enrolled in the course. What is the percentage of female students? With the help of visualization chart, what is the percent of males who have scored 10 marks in the test? What is the median marks scored by the doctoral students? Similarly, you have some data which shows engagement, scores in mid-sem, scores in end-sem. So find out engagement and scores in mid-sem, whether they are independent or dependent to predict the end exam. Hope you are understanding. There is some sample data. What is the percentage of students who scored 2 marks in test 2 and scored 5 in test 1. So you can find out how they vary, what is the variation in their test data. Then similarly, there are few more. For example, consider some students whose interaction behavior in a MOOC course. They read, this is the interaction behavior. First they read video, quiz, read video, forum, quiz, read. There is go. Another person will go video, read, quiz, video. Another person will follow in another one. So now find out the support value for who will read and then video, then quiz and video. Find out these things. What is their interrelationship? Similarly, consider that you have taken a feedback from the participant about the course instruction on the scale of 1 to 5 on subject knowledge, ability to interact, application, ability to answer questions, presentation skill. Using the performs the instructor, whether they are poor, fair, good or excellent. So similarly, you have feedback from the participants and see whether they are professional or personal objectives. So like that. Lot of such questions are there. You can, for example, you have completed a course and you have taken following feedback from the participants about the material supplied during the course to the participant. Why do you prefer a material? What videos along with the subtitles? How do you prefer to study? What do you want the material to be translated in your, whether you want to go and look for a material. Based on the above feedback, rate the quality of the material in the scale of 1 to 4. Right? So similarly, consider that you have completed an online course and you have taken the following feedback from the participants about the certification exam. So based on the above feedback, what is the perception of the participant? Do you want to opt for certification exam or no? So this is what, so you can take. So like this, something like this, for example, there is a completed online course, you have taken the feedback. Overall, are you satisfied with the quality of the course? Online platform tools website was easy to use. Will you continue to take future online course? Based on the feedback, which one is better? Online platform or regular platform is better? Whether you will continue the course in future or not. So please see, these are all the problems. I will stop presenting. Hope you should know what kind of problems are solved as a part of learning analytics tools. Did you understand these problems? Do you feel that there is a requirement of addressing these problems? Of course, there may be certain exceptional issues in private institutions, I understand. But these are all some of the generic problems. Yes, sir. Srinivas, sir.
Sir, these things don't happen in practice in self-financed engineering colleges. This might be happening in government institutes, but private engineering colleges, they don't take it.
I understand. Sir, Srinivas sir, please take my words granted. Over a period of time, things will be regulated. Every day is not Sunday. Okay, and definitely in coming years, there will be a lot of competition, and due to this competitive environment, many things will change. Okay, so you cannot survive in the same mentality that we are actually having today. Okay, so you are seeing smaller institutions are being closed, bigger institutions are becoming bigger and bigger. It is something like big fish eating the small fish. Yes or no?
Sir.
So therefore the things will change. Definitely within few years there will be a big competition and the whole structure of academics will change, and there will be a value for the quality teachers, quality researchers. You take it as granted, quality teachers and researchers are will be in high demand in coming years.
Sir, one more thing.
We will get only degree holders. That is not our objective. Degree holder or simple degree persons we don't want. The quality, this will be the want of today. Tell me, sir.
Sir, does learning analytics include cost of education? Because it is going higher and higher. For example, if we get a MATLAB server in NIT Chandigarh, and AICT pays for the license, all engineering colleges will save 3 lakhs every semester.
Yes, sir.
I have already written to AICT, but I don't know what happened with it.
No, sir. You are telling cloud-based pay-as-you-go models will come. Nobody will from next few years later. Nobody will purchase the full license. They will say we will use it for only 3 hours in a lab. We will pay you as we use. That's all. All softwares will come as pay-as-you-use model.
Oh, okay, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to know one thing. That is just right off the topic. I just want to know if currently we are not financially sound to pursue PhD, or we have not appeared for UGC, but we have experience of so many years. So why this profession is currently so exploiting, sir?
Madam, I understand your concern. Unfortunately, Indian's educational system is certificate oriented. Okay. I still remember our teachers when we studied BTech, our teachers were only BTech people, and they taught us in so excellently. Even today, the PhD, not even the postdoctoral person also cannot teach in the way they taught us. And we don't forget whatever they have taught, many of the subjects. They were exceptional teachers, and they were not very great. They have just done the BTech. But unfortunately, please see, madam, the objective of the institution is moving from traditional teaching learning to a multidisciplinary institutions. They don't want just teaching. Teaching has taken nowadays a lower priority over the other work. They have started recognizing researchers. They have started recognizing people who are bringing funds. They have started recognizing people who are involved in more of this NBA, NAC kind of activities. They have started recognizing people who are bringing consultancy project. Unfortunately, very few institutions have a real recognition for a true teachers. Do you agree?
Sir, in this context, I have something to say.
Yeah.
Sir, doctorate is given only upon publication of 2 science citation papers, at least in India. So, why to pay fee for contributing to science and technology?
Sir, I will tell you, this is called as publication mafia. Okay, and unfortunately, earlier if you see in UGC, nowhere it is written that you have to publish a paper to get a PhD. What is a PhD? Where it is written that in their university acts, where it is written that, see, publication, what do you mean by publication? You write something, send it to a publisher, he will publish. Now you are actually transferring the copyright of your work to a publisher. Frankly to say, a published work cannot be a part of PhD because you have transferred the copyright of the work to a publisher. It is not with you. Do you agree or not?
Yes, sir.
So once you have transferred your copyright to the publisher, then what is that? So it is a mafia. It is something like show business. So people, even the government also wants to show that they have so many. Only see, publication is basically a portal where you exhibit your contribution to the rest of the world. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
It is a portal where you exhibit your contribution to the rest of the world. So it is a knowledge dissemination portal. Beyond that, it is nothing. And many of the, for example, if you do some work in DRDO and other things, you cannot publish them because they are the secret work. So many of the researchers cannot be published also. So publication is not the only criteria. Unfortunately, we are just following without proper understanding, and it requires a proper discussion in the higher level knowledge forums. And I think the people from intellectual community should come forward and discuss more on the pros and cons of this. Too much importance on the publication. What are the negative effects? So people should think, and definitely a day will come where they will do that.
And one more thing, sir. Assistant professors in private colleges are not given enough time to do research. They are mostly given administrative tasks and all those things for 40 hours a week. No professor in private college trains the assistant professor in research projects.
I agree. Unfortunately, the due respect for the teaching efforts are not given. Okay, but anyway, that we will discuss later, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. So now we will go back to, hope you got the general understanding where this learning analytics is used and what is the significance and why. So you should, that's why I have given you some problems where you will get a feeling that what is the use of learning analytics.
अच्छा पीपल हो गया था वहां पर.
Yeah. So now, so let me go back to my presentation. So basically that learning analytics, we have already told it enables providers to develop a new way of achieving excellence in teaching learning and provide students with new information to make the best choice of their education, right? Now coming back, what the learning analytics show? It shows as an educator who can use learning analytics in a manner of ways to refine and optimize the learning journey to match the needs of your students. You can take a look at some of the common ones. One is rubrics and assessment data. You might have created rubrics. So we have to ensure that your students make progress and identify any gaps and assessment data that can assist. For example, for instance, by analyzing the rubrics, you can develop early intervention strategies for a student who may be struggling, right? Student interactions with the LMS. Here, the learning analytics can be used to dissect a student's intervention with the LMS, and it will present a meaningful understanding of both use and engagement. Now, through the learning analytics, a student's interaction and contributions with the LMS are logged and available for further analysis. So here, an understanding and analysis of the data offers teachers an opportunity to make some kind of meaningful evaluations of the students' participation and engagement within the courses. And also this data can further be used as a tool for teachers to optimize and individualize the learning processes, right? is teacher development. With the understanding of this learning analytics, teachers can modify their pedagogy to meet the needs of the learners. And by understanding the data of their classes, teachers can reflect on the strengths and weaknesses of their cohorts. Cohort means batches, in order to determine their intervention strategies. So now what are the benefits of learning analytics? It is a very valuable tool to enhance the learning journey of students. And you can take a look at the benefits what are of the using this learning analytics for your institution. You identify the students who are at risk. When you have between 40 to 60 students in each classroom, it can be hard to pinpoint an individual student's weakness, right? So now by analyzing the data from the learning analytics, you can readily access the information about each student's use of LMS and student portal and see whether they need any extra help. And you can also get the insights into their learning profile and style. And this goes some way to ensure students at risk not falling in the gaps. And also it assists in decision making. Like learning analytics not only assist in the classroom, they can also be used to inform your administrator and funding decisions, ensuring that the resources are placed where they are needed most. And it is useful for providing personalized learning, that is through understanding data, your teachers can customize their learning plans to suit each of the student. And after all, no two learners are same, that we have to keep in mind. And by tracking interactions with the students' portal and assessments, teachers can see the gaps and weaknesses and tailor their pedagogy to suit. So there are also it improves efficiency and effectiveness, like by giving you the up-to-date information, the data provided through learning analytics can improve productivity and efficiency and allow you to respond So by giving you an up-to-date information, the data provided through learning analytics can improve the productivity and efficiency and allow you to respond effectively to any educational challenges. So this will ensure the optimal use of resources and funding to improve the outcomes. Okay. Sorry, there was some issue. So this ensures the optimal use of resources and fundings for. So what is this educational data mining and how this educational data mining is used? Okay. Today we see that web-based education systems have grown exponentially and allowing us to store many possible data from different sources in various formats and granularity. So the educational data has been increased on a large scale through e-learning tools, instrumental educational softwares, with the use of internet in education, and with the development of databases of student knowledge, right? So where were two separate communities in the same field with a shared interest in how educational data can be used in education and learning space. So first you see where what do you mean by educational data mining and what is the learning analytics? The main goal of both EDM and LA is to extract the information from educational data to support education related decision making, and information may be oriented towards several stakeholders. So there is a slight difference between the educational data mining and this one. So educational data mining helps, educational data mining aims to develop methodologies for exploring specific data types from educational environments. The application of data mining techniques to the specified form So the application of data mining technique to the specified form of data set from the educational environment could also be described to deal with critical educational issues. EDM develops and adapts statistical, machine learning and data mining methods to study the educational data being generated basically by students and instructors, and their application may help to analyze the student learning processes considering their interaction with the environment. So there is an increasing number of EDM applications which can be grouped in following 4 categories. One is student modeling. The student data and the EDM techniques may be used to design a customized learning process by modeling differences between the students. Similarly, the modeling of knowledge structure of the domain methods combining the psychometric modeling frameworks with the space searching algorithms are created for discovering data-based domain models. Then pedagogical support, efficient educational support may also be identified. There is a requirement of scientific research. The applications may help to develop and test educational scientific theories and formulate some new hypotheses. Most of the methods applicable in educational data are also employed both in educational data mining and LA. For example, we use a method prediction. What is the goal? To infer the target value from some combination of other variables, classification, regression, density estimation are the types of prediction methods. What are the key applications? Predicting student performance and detecting student behaviors. Similarly, clustering to identify the group of similar observations. Here, grouping similar materials or students based on their learning and interaction platforms. Relationship mining. What is the use? To study relationship among the variables to encode rules. Association rule mining, sequential pattern mining, correlation mining, causal data mining are the main types. Here, what is the key application? Identifying relationships in a learner behavior pattern and diagnosing student difficulties. Then you have a distillation of data for human judgment. Here we present data in intelligible ways using summarization, visualization and interactive interfaces. Here we are helping instructors to visualize and analyze the ongoing activities of the students and the use of information. Then you have discovery with models to employ previously validated model as a phenomena of content for another analysis. This is used in identification of relation among the student behaviors and characters or contextual variables, integration of psychometric modeling frameworks into machine learning models. Similarly, outlier detection, it is used to point out significantly different individuals, and here the detection of students with the difficulties of irregular learning process is also used. Then we have social network analysis to analyze the social relationship between the entities in networked information. Here, what is the application? Interpretation of structure and relationships in collaborative activities and interaction with communication goals. Then process mining to obtain knowledge of the process from event log. It is used for reflecting student behavior in terms of its examination traces consisting of sequences, course, grades and timestamp. text mining to extract high quality information text. This is the goal. Here it is used for analysis of contents from forum, chats, web pages and documents. So I am trying to tell you what is this, what is a data mining technique, what is its actual goal, and what is that application of a data mining technique in the educational data mining and learning analytics. Similarly, knowledge tracing, the goal here is to estimate the students' mastery of skills, employing both a cognitive model that maps the problem solving item to the skills required and logs of the students' correct and incorrect answers as an evidence of their knowledge on a particular skill. So here the monitoring of student knowledge over the time is discussed. Then non-negative matrix factorization, here to define a matrix M of positive numbers with student test outcomes data that may be decomposed into two matrices, Q which represents the matrix of items, S which represents the student mastery of skills. So here we are seeing the assessment of student skills. So now what are the similarities and differences between EDM and LA? The overlap is between both fields is certainly considerable. There is no evidence of some differences, but EDM and LA have a same goal, improving the educational quality by analyzing huge amounts of data to extract the useful information for the stakeholders. That's all. So what are the similarities between the educational data mining and learning analytics? Even though both EDM and LA have the same goal, it is possible to identify some key distinctions between the EDM and LA. What is that? Discovery. In EDM, the researchers are interested in an automated discovery. Leveraging human judgment is a tool for that. But in LA, it is quite opposite. Leveraging the human judgment is the aim. Similarly, reduction and holism. EDM reduces the systems to components and explores them and their relation, whereas LA wants to understand the whole systems. Okay. Then origins. EDM is rooted in educational software and student modeling. In contrast, LA origins are related to semantic web, intelligent curriculum, outcome prediction, systematic interventions. Then adaptation and personalization, EDM performs automated adaptation, whereas learning analytics informs and empowers instructors and students. Then techniques and methods, EDM employs more techniques and methods of classification, clustering, Bayesian modeling, relationship mining, discovery with models and visualization, while LA focuses on social network analysis. 1 minute.
ఫోన్ కాల్ వచ్చిన వాళ్ళకి ఏం చెప్పారంటే కంగ్రాచులేషన్.
Sir, am I audible now? There was some problem with my mic. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are. Yes, you are audible.
The earlier, the educational data mining and learning analytics, again, the popularity of these fields, both the fields have been growing since early 2010s, and although the EDM research started few years beforehand. So now it is expected that these fields will continue to expand due to potential benefits for the students, instructors, administrators, researchers, and the society in general, and the relevance of current research based on the big data. So what are the case studies on learning analytics? There are few very important case studies. Just have a look at. One is traffic lights and interventions. The signals at Purdue University. Here what the Purdue University has done, the institutional aim at Purdue University, Indiana, was to use some business intelligence to enhance the student success at the course level and thus increasing the retention and the graduation. The signal system course to help the students to understand their progress early enough was able to seek the help and either increase their likely grade or take a different path. So the signals mines the data from the SI student information system, virtual learning environment, and the grade book to produce a traffic light indicator showing how at risk each student will be considered. Okay. So a range of, similarly there is a traffic lights and intervention at Purdue University also. A range of interventions can be taken by the instructor. The predictive algorithm is also used based on the student's performance, that is points earned so far, the effort, interaction with the virtual learning environment, then prior academic history and the student characteristics, that is age or credits attended. So these components are weighted and fed into an algorithm which produces the appropriate traffic signal, right? So the traffic lights and intervention signals at Purdue University, red indicates the high likelihood of being successful, yellow indicates there is some potential problems, green indicates there is a high likelihood of success. Okay. So the results were motivated for 2 years and appeared promising. In a biology course, the signal pilot introduced 12% more B and C grade among the students who are not involved in the pilot and 14% fewer D and F grades. So there was also a 14% increase in the students withdrawing early because of their grade point average. Scores were also unaffected. It was also appeared that when a student became aware of their risk level, they tended to alter their behavior, with resulting the improvements in their performance. Then students in pilot groups sought help earlier and more frequently than those not taking the part. And even after the intervention stopped, these students were seeking assistance 30% more often than those in the control group. Then instructor lights and intervention signals at Purdue University, instructors agreed that the students tend to show the improvements in the engagement after using signal, and they were thinking about their assignments earlier. And there is one more. What is that? It is analyzing the use of virtual learning environment at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. So here the institutional research project was carried out to investigate the correlations between the VLE data and the final grades and see how best to use the predictions to support the students. And the research was also explored potential interventions and how to identify the effective teaching practices from the data. Okay. 1 minute, sorry. Analyzing the use of VLE at the University of Maryland, the first step, it was found that the students with C grades and higher used only VLE 39% more than the lower scoring peers. And if the lower performing students have been made aware of the difference in VLE use, would have been changed their habits. So that is what the question. To help the answer to check in my activity, CMA tool was developed for the students to compare their own VLE activity in a course with a course summary at the whole course collection. And after a pilot, the tool was rolled out across the institution with a publicity campaign and a link for VLE gradebook. And in 1 year, where 45,000 visits of CMA tool page, the current, that is batch of students new to UMBC, 92% used the VLE and those 91.5% used the CMA. Did you understand what I am trying to tell you? The students may be paying attention or to feedback from CMA tool that they may not hear or accept directly from the member staff. Additionally, a tool may be able to build on students' obsessive status checking tendencies to provide them a frequent feedback, which is not cost effective if staff are involved. Similarly, identifying at-risk students in New York University of Technology, USA. So they have developed their own predictive model in collaboration with counseling staff, and they were able to identify at-risk students with a high degree of accuracy. And the aim was to increase the retention of students in the first year of their studies by creating a model to identify those most who are in need of support and provide information about each student's situation that would assist the support counselors in their work. What are the process? They include mining the data, running the analytics, and producing the output in a format that was helpful to the counseling staff. Then identifying at-risk students in New York Institute of Technology. Here, the results were shown on a dashboard designed with and for the support student support staff. And it was a simple table with one line for each student showing whether they are predicted to return their studies the following year, the percentage confidence in that prediction from the model, and importantly, the reasons for prediction. And the counselor then has a basis for a conversation with each student about their institution and future plans. Then similarly, enhancing retention at Edith Cowan University, Perth in Australia. So they have developed a strategic priorities to maintain a strong track record in teaching quality and to focus on supporting students to improve retention via an institution-wide predictive learning analytics initiative. Similarly, I will just here they have created an action plan agreed with the student, which may include referrals to a specialist support services and their appointments on the intervention. So here around 700 students were contacted via email and given the opportunity to opt into case management initiative supports. Similarly, in New England, University of New England also they have conducted such kind of studies. Then lot of such kind of studies were conducted at New England, state of New England. There are so many success stories. And here they have developed an analytic mindset at the Open University, UK. Okay, the institution is investing heavily in the strategic learning analytics program to enhance the student success by embedding evidences-based decision making at all levels. Then again, Nottingham Trent University, they have also used this. I'm just showing a lot of such kind of case studies. I just in Open Universities in Australia and whether. So what I wanted to say is a lot of such kind of things have been going on. Then there are a lot of learning analytic tools. So one is called Assistment. It is an intelligent tutoring program developed by Neil Hepperman and his colleagues, studied in several universities and organizations. It is to mimic the type of instantaneous feedback that the tutor can give. The core framework was designed to provide a progressive tips to the students who correctly answer the query. Okay, so from this framework, several Systems studies have been focused on efficiently using the student log data generated from the system. For example, studies were conducted to see if such data might impact parent participation and predict high test results. Similarly, bettermarks.com is a program that promotes adapted materials linked to more than 100 books for mathematics education. Teachers may either teach the students online or delegate the program depending upon the student's level of expertise. Now, when these students complete their lessons, Bettermarks analyze their performance and behavior and detect the knowledge gaps and offer lessons for improvement and other challenges. So this program also includes a center for teachers where student performance data can be assessed, and teachers can view the computation reports at glance and pass the rates across the module. Okay, and individual student outcomes can also be analyzed. Okay. Then civitaslearning.com is an American-based organization, partners directly with universities to develop tailor-made data science and research instruments that take the advantage of student data currently that is available. So it will give a lot of tools for mining. Okay. There is a cognitive tutor software, which is a smart tutoring program developed by Carnegie Learning, and it is a web-based software used mainly to teach mathematics between 9 to 12 grade students. Similarly, there is an FFT Aspire which services in then there is a it's learning attitude.com, similarly metacog.com, then schoolzilla.com. Okay, then Snap, it is a social network adapting pedagogical practice. Snap tool conducts real-time social network analysis and data visualization for commercial open source learning system forum discussions. Similarly, Vital Score Course Smart, it is available for teachers whose institution integrate LMS and Course Smart's textbook. Okay. There is a Degree Compass, then Newton, Loop, then Open Easist, OU Analyze, Student Success Plan, Tribal Student Highlights. There are so many such kind of X-ray analytics, Skillware, Watch Me project, Cleaned project. Khan Academy's analytics is also there. That is khanacademy.org. So Khan Academy is also a collection of free online video centered course, and it has a learning analytical tool which is presented there. Okay, digital access, then learning analytic processor tool, and many other. So like that, there are good number of tools that are available. So the rollout of learning analytics, definitely it will have broader institutional impacts on learning, teaching, and student support. Okay. So with this, I will close my presentation on learning analytics. Now I am open to your questions. And your first question, I will only ask, is there any case study in India? IIT Bombay has started a case study, and some big universities like VIT, SRM, they are in the business of conducting data analytics and doing. So big universities where the enrollment is more than 30-40,000 a year, they are actually in the business of adopting data analytics, learning analytics as a part of their platform. Okay. Any questions? You can put the question also.
So, excuse me, the PPT for this would be provided, such an informative session. So,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Will the PPT for this be provided to us?
Definitely, sir. We will provide these slides. Yes.
Sir, where it will be provided in the WhatsApp group which has been formed?
I am not the member of the WhatsApp group, sir. I will send it to the FDP organizer and they will send it, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Fine. So I think it is only 10 minutes. So I will take up my next topic in the next session that starts at 2:30. Madam?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Madam, I think we will stop here and we will start exactly at 2:30 the next.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. One more thing. Can you assess the chat box now?
Madam, no, madam. Here it is written you can't send messages because you are not the member of the chat.
You're still getting that error, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check with the.
No issues. By next this one you can do. Madam, can you send me one mail so that I can send this presentation and materials so that you can pass it on to the participants?
Yes, sir. You can send.
You please send me a mail. I will mail you all the materials of all the 4 sessions. You can pass it on to all the people.
Okay, okay, sir. Sure.
Thank you. So we will see back by 2:30, I think, because it is a lunch time. We'll get back by 2:30.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam. Any other questions, please? Manoj Kaur, sir, any question? Manoj Kaur?
Sir, is there any online link to your book? I am unable to find the library genesis.
No worry, don't worry, sir. I will give you my personal soft copy, but don't share it to anyone. I will give you. You send me a mail. I will send you the personal copy. Don't worry.
Okay, sir.
You send me a mail. I will send you definitely the personal copy.
Your email ID, sir. Email ID.
I cannot say. It is just kgsrinivasa@gmail.com. kgsrinivasa@gmail.com. I could not write here. The chat box is this one. I will share with the people. So anyway, my email ID is written there. You can in the PPT, so you can mail me, sir. Okay, madam. Thank you. We will see you back at 2:30. Thank you.
My name, first, certificate the same pattern. Yes, I am saying like first our names we collect account and then below that we have to include conveyor account. Right? And if you see at the top most, there is rating, to be everyone. So there you have seen how to also and then the spelling of honorable, we have to change here from the title. There was even in the title. What markets? Emerging markets, trends, which name?
Madam, should we start? Yeah. So we will start with the last topic. That is on. Actually, I have slightly interchanged it. Now we will discuss about important part of digital Bloom's taxonomy and art of making MOOCs. So I will merge both of these things. Okay. And madam. Hello. हेलो बताइए मैडम. हेलो. So hope all I will just before I start with digital Bloom's taxonomy, which is very important for which is meant for facilitating good learning. I will first introduce, I will refresh. It is not that today you may be knowing everything about this, but I will just refresh the Bloom's taxonomy and then I will talk about the digital Bloom's taxonomy. So basically, Bloom's taxonomy is meant for facilitating good learning. Okay, so basically, what is the agenda? See, basically, what is good learning? It should be either shallow or deep learning. Constructivist learning, creative and critical thinking should be there. Higher order cognitive process should be there. Reflective thinking mechanism. We should go beyond the curriculum and lifelong learning. So usually improving teaching learning, there are three major areas. What we want students to know, how students facilitate, how to facilitate students know, and how to know that what students know. This is a very important thing. What we want students to know, how to facilitate students know, and how to know what students know. So what we want to students to know, what are the competencies that we want our students to acquire. See, for example, it will be given by some program and course outcomes. Like at the end of the program, students will be able to dash. So there are some program outcomes. At the end of the course, the students will be able to do so and so. There will be course outcomes. At the end of the instructional unit, the students will be able to do so and so. They are called instructional outcome competencies, right? Our focus is at the course level. That is, at the end of the course, the students will be able to so and so. So what appears in the blank space is the course outcome. And the way the course outcome is written must help us with all three aspects of teaching learning, that is course design, instruction design, and assessment. So course outcomes must be observable and accessible. This is very important, and some framework definitely will help. So similarly, at the end of the instructional unit, the students will be able to recall Maxwell's field equation. This is some example of instruction level unit outcomes, instructional level unit outcomes. So recall Maxwell's field equation in vector form, explain thrashing in a virtual memory, compute. These are all some of the examples of course outcomes, right? So at the end of the instructional unit, the students will be able to. So what is that state? Maxwell's field equation. What is that state? This is called as an action verb, and which is actually a cognitive process. Maxwell's field equation is a noun or a knowledge category, and the outcome statement is something like the stem above, followed by an action verb indicating the cognitive process, followed by the noun indicating the knowledge category. So a framework will help. So now what is the taxonomy framework? Would helpful in writing outcomes at any level, maybe at the instructional unit or at the course level or at the program level. Now at the course level, it would help to address all three concerns, that is course outcomes, instructional design and assessment, and also would help in addressing the issue of alignment of the above three concerns. See, for example, there are several frameworks exist One is Bloom taxonomy, Solo, Flink, Vicinity, so many things. But we will focus on Bloom's taxonomy. So basically, the classification, Bloom's taxonomy is a classification system. For example, if the outcome is distinguished between non-human and hardware architecture, according to the revised Bloom's taxonomy, distinguished belong to the cognitive process category called analyze. The architecture belong to the category knowledge called as conceptual knowledge. We place this outcome in the corresponding taxonomy matrix. See, for example, please, one caution is the word like analyze is used in the taxonomy matrix as well as technical term. It's specified and well-defined meaning, so you should be aware of proper use. Bloom's, the taxonomy of educational objective, the classification of so this is actually written in 1956, is popularly known as handbook. अभी क्या अजय है अभी थोड़ा सा क्लास ले रहा हाँ बेटी So, the taxonomy of educational objectives is popularly known as handbook. It has 3 levels, Bloom's domains. Cognitive domain about knowing, affective domain about attitudes and feelings, psychomotor domain is about doing. So, you can see from the title, the handbook dealt with only cognitive dimensions. So, several revisions since the first appearance of handbook has come. In both affective domain, psychomotor domain and many other things, and a major revisions appeared in 2001. So affective domain gaining increasing attention, there is no strong implementation guide. Psychomotor domain, some works are available. Laboratory work may play an important role in psychomotor domain. Okay, and original formulation, the knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis and evaluation. This is the original formulation. मैडम के पास है नीचे है मैं बोल knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, evaluation. Right? Now, Anderson and Krathwohl revised the Bloom's taxonomy in 2001. It is called RBT, Revised Bloom's taxonomy, a taxonomy for learning, teaching, and assessment. Okay, and it has 6 levels. What is that? The knowledge dimension is in 4 levels: factual, conceptual, procedural, and metacognitive level. The cognitive process dimension is on remembering, understanding, apply, analyze, evaluate and create. They are also known as verbs. Okay. So this is for example, the cognitive dimension domain, the factual knowledge, conceptual knowledge, procedural knowledge and metacognitive knowledge. Again, there are 4 dimension levels, knowledge dimension levels: remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate and create. So what is the knowledge dimension? It encompasses the basic elements used in communicating the subject, and it is relatively low level of abstraction. Generally isolated bits of information is given here. There are 2 subcategories: knowledge of terminology and knowledge of specific details and elements. The knowledge of terminology is knowledge of specific labels, symbols, etc., the basic vocabulary of the discipline and how much the student should know. The symbols for common logic gates, flowchart symbols, CPU, ALU, registers, and so on. Then factual knowledge are domain-specific, precise information regarding the events, people, timelines, etc. Okay, here it talks about how much the student should be able to know. Okay, then conceptual knowledge, more complex, organized knowledge, includes knowledge of categories, classifications, relationships among the them, schemas, mental models, theories, frameworks, and so on. So again, there is the more general, the classification and categories are more general and more abstract than the factual knowledge, and the forms of connecting links among the factual elements. So then again, there is a principle, and generalizations are composed of classification and categories, tend to be broad and more abstract areas. Then we have theory, models, and structures. Also part of conceptual knowledge. Then procedural knowledge. Knowledge of how to do something. For example, routine exercises to solve novel problems. Then factual knowledge and conceptual knowledge represent what of knowledge. Okay. And the procedural knowledge is concerned with knowledge of procedures rather than the actual use of knowledge. Okay. So which is discussed later in the cognitive process. Basically, for example, a knowledge of subject-specific skills and algorithms. Okay. So again, in procedural knowledge, the knowledge of subject-specific techniques and methods result is more often open and not fixed. Generally, results of consensus, norms, and so on. Then the knowledge of criteria for determining when to use an appropriate procedures. I have knowledge of when to use which procedure, historical knowledge, empirical evidences, expert knowledge, and so on. Then knowledge about cognition in general awareness is one of the own cognition level. Like, okay, it is very difficult to assess. It is not very much known to people. So first we will see cognitive process dimension. So cognitive process dimension talks with remembering, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. Remember means recognize, list, mention, draw, and so on. Understand, exemplify, explain, illustrate, apply, calculate, compute, execute, and so on. Analyze, discriminate, and deconstruct. Evaluate, critique, judge, test, create, construct, design, compose, and so on. So remember, we retrieve relevant knowledge from long-term memory. The instructional objective is learner retains the material in much of the same form as it was taught. The relevant knowledge may be factual or conceptual, procedural, metacognitive, or some combination of these. So recognizing, the student selects a proper response from the presented choices, and the assessment context is as same in the learning context. For example, multiple choice questions and other things. Recall, the student supplies proper response. Assessment context is same as learning context. For example, fill up the plans questions and definitions and so on. Remembering knowledge is again essential. However, when the focus of instruction and assessment is solely on remembering, the meaningful learning is unlikely to occur. Therefore, remembering needs to be integrated to the larger context of constructing new knowledge. Okay. So similarly, recognizing, recalling, they also for same thing. Identifying, recognizing is also known as identifying, recalling also known as retrieving, and so on. So the associate action verbs for remember term is recognize, match, identify, list, mention, state, draw, label, define, name, describe, show, label, tabulate, code. They are all these things, right? Then coming to understand, quite extensively used category. Students is able to construct the meaning from the instructional messages. Incoming new knowledge is integrated with existing schemas and cognitive frameworks. The conceptual knowledge from the basis of is the basis of understanding. Okay. So what are the included cognitive process? Interpreting, exemplify, classify, summarizing, inferring, comparing, explaining, and so on. Right? So interpreting means you are changing from one representation to another, clarifying, translating, paraphrasing, etc. The formulas are you are formulating a linear programming model from the problem of description of English. For example, you are formulating an LPP from the problem description in English, classifying the behavior of an object from its state chart, and so on. Again, exemplifying, giving a specific example or instance of general concept or a principle. It involves identifying and defining the features of the general concepts or principles and using these features to select or construct specific instances like illustrating, instantiating, and so on. Then classifying, recognizing that a particular instance belongs to a certain category. Contemporary process also is there as a part of exemplifying. Then abstracting or also summarizing, generalizing. It is very brief description of summarizing the presented information. So you can see an example here. Similarly, inferring, abstracting a concept or a principle from a set of examples, and a related process is to use this inferred principle to create a new instance. An example of executing a cognitive process associated with apply, and inferring and executing are often used together on cognitive tasks. Similarly, comparing means detecting similarities and differences between two or more ideas and events. You can contribute to reasoning by analogy. Then explaining. A student is able to construct and use a cause and effect model of a system. Okay. The model may be derived from a formal theory or it may be empirical model. And a complete explanation includes using the model to determine how to change one part of the system that affects the other parts. Then explaining, assessment could include reasoning, troubleshooting, redesigning, and predicting. So you have reasoning. What does troubleshooting? There are so many such kind of things. Then again you have redesigning, predicting. These are all some of the examples. So what are the final associated action verbs with understand, interpret, exemplify, classify, summarize, infer, compare, explain, and so on. Please see what are the further corresponding verbs associated with understand. Then we will learn. Then apply. Apply involves using procedures to perform exercises and solve problems. So apply is closely linked with the procedural knowledge, and basically some examples are executing, that is solving a task for which the right procedure is already known. The procedures are clear, solutions like thought. Implementing means solving an unfamiliar problem. Similarly, executing routinely carries out the procedure clearly indicated in the problem or the context, which is very familiar context. Then implementing, you are performing an unfamiliar task here. The student has to select a procedure and may have even to modify it to solve the task, thus the used with other cognitive categories like understand and create techniques. Okay. Then apply category is a spectrum. At the end we have the narrow and highly structured execute. So as we move to the other end, we have to select a procedure to tackle a new situation, and as we keep moving to other end of implement, we may have to modify a procedure, then we may have to devise a new procedure based on our conceptual knowledge. The move is towards create. So now what are the associated action verbs. So now you have execute, that is determine, calculate, compute. There are so many such kind. Then implement, determine, calculate, compute. There are so many such kind of words. Analyze. Then coming to the next action verb, analyze. Involves breaking a system into its constituent parts, determining how the parts are related to one another to the overall structure. So useful to consider it as an extension of understanding and as a prelude to evaluating or creating. Right? Then coming to differentiating, distinguishing the parts of the whole structure in terms of their relevance or importance. Okay. Then organizing, build a systematic and coherent connections among the pieces of presented information. Attributing occurs when the student is able to ascertain a point of view, biases, values, or intention underlying the communication. Used more often in humanities and general sciences. So the associated action verbs of analyze are differentiate, organize, attribute, and many other verbs. You can just go through these lists. Then coming to the next cognitive domain, evaluate, making judgment based on the standards criteria. So criteria is efficiency, effectiveness, quality, consistency, and so on. Here the standards are applied to the criteria. Not all the judgments are evaluative. Okay. Hello. So the standards are applied to the criteria and not all the judgments are evaluated. Then including cognitive process, you are checking judgment is about internal consistency and critiquing judgment based on the externally imposed criteria and standards. Then checking and critiquing are some examples you are given. Then associated action verbs of evaluate, check and test. There are so many verbs associated with check and test, you can see. Then critic and judge. Okay. Now create, last one, putting elements together to form a new coherent functional whole. Synthesize a new product. It is a cognitive process. Work with a given associated cognitive process, generating, planning, and producing. So what is generating? It is a divergent phase, multiple representations and alternative solutions. Then planning, start of convergent phase, often implicitly carried out, devising a plan for solving the problem. Then producing, carrying out the plan for solving the given problem. The associated action verbs are create alternatives and hypothesis, plan and design, produce and construct. Okay. The use of RBT, commonly used are remember, which is factual, understand conceptual, apply procedural. You can also use some other combinations and alignment to outcomes. So the last three levels are considered to represent the higher level cognitive, like apply, evaluate, and create. They are higher level cognitive activities that require and develop mental faculties of creativity, critical thinking, and innovative problem solving. Okay, so now I don't want to go in detail of these. So this is what we talked about, the Bloom's taxonomy. Okay. So now I want to show you what is this digital Bloom's taxonomy. So for the timing, do you have any? What do you feel? I have some questions. What do you feel? Is this Bloom's taxonomy is really implementable? What is your general opinion on the real usage of Bloom's taxonomy? Any discussion?
Well, all the syllabi are done on Bloom's taxonomy. When we frame syllabus for either schools like NCERT syllabus or KV syllabus or CBSE or engineering syllabus, they are framed on Bloom's taxonomy.
But we don't know, no sir. The problem is, we never, now NCERT and CBSE, they are actually, NCERT is taking complete effort to create the syllabus as per Bloom's taxonomy, but unfortunately engineering education is not completely, it has not adopted such kind of any taxonomies. That is the major problem. Because every individual colleges, universities, they have their own syllabus and there is no uniformity across the boards.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I have a questions about the Bloom's taxonomy and one learning style model that I have learned from the same way. That is a COPS experiential learning.
Yeah, it is a COPS experience. Yes, definitely. COPS model is one of the famous models. Yeah.
Yes, sir. How can we associate both the models? I think that's the Bloom's taxonomy is methods of evaluations. Assessment process.
No, you are rightly told. Bloom's taxonomy is basically a method of assessing the student at different levels of cognitive this one. Okay. Basically, it is to assess the course outcomes, learning outcomes, and the instructional level learning outcomes. It is basically here we are using Bloom's taxonomy to assess the outcomes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Whereas the other COPS model is for it is basically a learning model.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And Bloom's is not only the taxonomy. There are so many taxonomies available, but it is widely used and easily adoptable. My question is, I have one simple question. For example, you have a worked example and you will give that worked example as it is in the question paper. As per the action verb, it is like a Bloom's tax. It follows the Bloom's taxonomy of maybe apply, create, or evaluate. But does it really, in the real sense, does it really make it really falls under apply, create? Because you have given the worked example. Any suggestion in this this one? Are you hoping what I am trying to ask you? You have given one worked example, worked analytical problem as it is. As per the question, it may fall under create category. But the solved problem is already available in the textbook. So will it really fall under create category or recall category?
I think, sir, it will be the recall category. The solution is already available.
When the student learns first time, it is create category, and when he revises it, it is recall category. Even though it is a solved example, when the student is reading it for the first time, it is create category.
Okay, fine. Yeah, so it is the argument very nicely. So according to Professor, I think I don't recall here, the name is not displayed. So what sir is telling, that is also in one sense like if the student has read it, understand it, and if you ask the same question, he may reproduce. So according to sir, it is create only. Is it correct, sir?
Sir, could I interrupt?
Yeah, please.
So if suppose on a particular theory, the question is sort of application based, then doesn't it fall under create category? Though, well, everything comes under recall, but still in that, if we take it out of the context of reading and learning and put it that it is something which is an application of a particular theory, then it would come under create category. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, sir, so very nice debate is going on. I just wanted to ignite this. See, what I am trying to tell you is, many people argue in many forums that if you just give the solved example as it is under recall category. It need not be. See, recall, especially you are recalling in the context of creating a scenario. See, for example, I have shown you a kind of a demonstration of making something. And if I ask you to reproduce, I have seen how the fabrication is done. Now I am doing fabrication on my own. So mentally it is recall, but you are still applying the things what you have done. So therefore, one has to judge properly what kind of questions will come under which category when you are assessing the students. Okay, so please apply your mind. Don't go just what people do. I have seen they will simply interchange the verbs and they will show the verb and they will tell you this verb belongs to this particular domain, cognitive level. So therefore, this is the category. That is fine for documentation, but the real context, you have to go beyond this bookish approach. What I request is people have to go beyond the bookish approach, and where you can really create such kind of scenario is by creating open book examination. Do you agree? By having an open book examination, we can really make students to get evaluated in the higher order Bloom's taxonomy. Do you agree or not, sir?
Rightly said, but again, I think time constraint is a very important thing there.
Yes,
like
sir. So I agree. Time constraint. So what I request everybody, we should start some process in the sense you may have some university constraints, examination constraints. The teaching community should start implementing this open book examination at certain incremental levels. We should start, at least you can have first one test as a part of open book examination. Then you slowly first implement it for 1 or 2 subjects, then implement it for 2-3 subjects. So slowly we have to move towards a closed book constrained type of examination system to a open book examination system where you are trying to evaluate the students in the higher order Blooms. So it is the sincere request, if you want to really implement the Bloom's taxonomy in its true spirit, we should start implementing open book examination, and that will solve the process to some extent. Fine. So with this, now again we will move on to the next topic on digital Bloom's taxonomy. See why I have told you about this digital Bloom's taxonomy. The digital Bloom's taxonomy is, for example, we have listed a lot of what are the 6 keywords in the RBT, that is recall, remember, understand, recall, apply, create, evaluate. How these things are mapped to our online work or online job portfolios. What you will call in our ICT tools, what you call it as create, what do you call it as evaluate, what do you call it as understand. So in that context we will just see. Again, this is a slide taken from IIT Bombay, IDP in Educational Technology Division, and these slides are free to use and distribute. Therefore, I am using this slide as it is so that the prior acknowledgement is made to the source. So here at the end this session, we should be able to identify a list of digital tools that are useful for students inside and outside the class. And we also apply a digital Bloom's taxonomy to map learning outcomes to use prescribed digital tools. So what is that? Assume that you have a classroom scenario. One scenario is the classroom A, the teaching style is stand and deliver, instructional method. The learning style is auditory or rewrite. Okay. The student's involvement is very passive, information acquisition, which is taught about content and processes. The technology usage is literacy, like learning about the technology, or augmentative, teaching with the technology. Madam, I am taking class. So then technology use we have seen, okay. Then in another classroom, the teaching style is project and problem based. Construction is environment. Learning style is multiple learning styles and multiple intelligences. The student involvement is very active. Okay. And the technology use is transformative learning through technology. For example, they have asked a question, recall the characteristics of classroom A and classroom B. According to which classroom is more useful for student learning? So if you ask the participant, they had a debate, they made a group, and so finally, what were the limitations listed under classroom A? It was teacher centric, content oriented, assessment focused, predominantly lower order thinking, timetabled learning and homework. In the classroom B, it was student centric, learning focus was process oriented with embedded content, higher order thinking skills, and anywhere, anytime learning through transformative use of technology. So now what is our objective? We have to switch from a traditional classroom structure to a 21st century classroom structure. So to move to 21st century classroom structure, we require students using digital tools. And a 21st century learner uses multiple multimedia sources, parallel processing, and they always do 2-3 things together. They were very much aware of pictures, videos, sound, text, and so on. They are networked with many through their Facebook and other things, comfortable in virtual and real spaces. The learning is made very relevant and instantly useful, and they want a fun. Now, what are the digital learning tools? Technologies that support 21st century learning, they support processes and actions with technologies. They contain cognitive elements as well as the methods and tooling. They facilitate creation, communication, collaboration within and outside the classroom. So you have already seen the digital revised Bloom's taxonomy. It has lower order learning things like remembering, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, create. So you are moving from lower order thinking skill to higher order thinking skills. So what the digital Bloom's taxonomy talks about? In the same order, what is the things? See, for example, you have remembering. What is the corresponding digital learning activity that we do? Recognize, list, describe, identify, retrieve, name, locate, find. Similarly, in understanding, interpret, summarize, inference, paraphrasing, classifying, comparing, explaining, and exemplifying. Then applying, implementing it, again carrying out, using, executing. Analyzing means comparing, organizing, deconstructing, attributing, outlining, finding, structuring, integrating, and so on. Fine. Similarly, finally, creating, design, structuring, planning, producing, inventing, devising, and making. Right. So, for example, I will give the one cycle example, and I will ask students to list the various parts of the cycle. So what is the learning technology? You have a labeled image. Learning activity, you will list and identify the parts. Okay. Learning to technology tool is labeled image. Activity is either listing or identifying the parts. For example, what is the, can you match this following? Like, you have PowerPoint, OneNote, Delicious, Google. For what they are used for? Just see the question. Get ready. Be ready with the answers.
The PowerPoint with. Sir, shall I answer?
Please, madam.
PowerPoint with bullet pointing. OneNote noting. Delicious, that is bookmarking, and Google is for searching.
Thank you, madam. It is correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So now, the learning outcomes and the research technology tools and methods. What are the learning outcomes and what are the corresponding technology tools and methods that we use in digital Bloom's taxonomy? Remembering is basically 1 minute. You can just see. So the remembering talks about bullet pointing, highlighting, bookmarking, searching and note taking. Here bullet pointing talks about PowerPoint, mind map, flashcards, glossary, highlighting word processors, PDF document. You have a highlighter, right? Then bookmarking, Digo, Delicious, site you like. Then searching, Google, Bing, Yahoo, meta searches. Then note taking, Evernote, Google Keep, Equip, and OneNote, SpringPad, Simple Note. These are all some of the digital technology tools and methods that fall under remembering, right? Then understanding. For example, how do you remember this video? The learning tool is video, technology tool is video, learning activity is explaining the content. So understanding means, what are the things that we are fall under understanding? Advanced search, blogging, commenting, annotating, subscribing. So advanced searches means Google, Blogger, WordPress, Tumblr. Commenting means you have Twitter, MS Word, notice board, forums, threaded discussions. Annotating, Adobe Readers, Zotero, Mendeley. And subscribing means RSS feeds, news aggregators and so on. So now one activity, you saw the examples of understand level. Given the following learning activities, think of the tools that you can facilitate understanding level for summarizing, classifying and comparing. Can you please tell? What are the tools for summarizing, classifying and comparing? Can you give me a tool for classification and comparison? Because summarizing you know. And summarizing. Do you have a tool? Anybody knows about summarizing tool? In MS Word, there is something called auto summarize. Have you seen that? So let us see for classification and comparing, then apply. What do you mean by applying? See, please see, you have a technology tool Excel and the learning activity is the calculation and representation. For example, given an Excel sheet to students having pre-written formulas, the student enters the data into see the analysis and representation. Okay. So now what are the tools that are applied for in applying, running, loading, operating, running, loading, operating, playing, hacking, uploading, sharing, editing. So running, loading, operating means you have installed programs, operating systems and so on. Playing means visualization, simulation, second life. Hacking means Armitage, Wi-Fi, social engineering toolkits. Uploading and sharing means Google Drive, Dropbox, SugarSync and so on. So similarly, you have an analyzing tool. See, for example, you might have seen a FET simulator. Okay. And the analyzing technology tool is a PhET simulation game, learning activities, finding and integrating, right? So what you are going to do in analyzing? Mashing, surveying, linking, tagging, reverse engineering. Mashing means Google Maps, Google Earth. Surveying means Google Forms, SurveyMonkey. Linking means you use databases, spreadsheets. Tagging means Evernotes and tables. Reverse engineering means Boomerang, JAD, OLIDBG and so on. So finally evaluating. Evaluating means, for example, you have given a Google technology tool MS Word and the learning activity is reviewing. So reviewing an assessment report, how do we do that? What are the tools for evaluating, learning outcome evaluating, like comment, review, post, moderate, network, refactor, test. So what are the tools available for these? For commenting and posting, you have a Blogspot, Facebook, Moodle forum. For reviewing, you have MS Word, Review Board, Collaborator. For moderating, you have a Moodle forum. For networking, you have something like email list, LinkedIn, Facebook. For refactoring, Eclipse, Sharp Develop, CodeRush. For Express and again testing, Wireshark, Snort and many other things. Then creating. There is some example of wiki, and you are going to create a portfolio generation in wiki education. Okay. So what are the learning outcomes for creating? You program, film, animate, blog, wikiing, publishing, video casting, podcasting, modeling. So what are the corresponding tools and method? In programming, you use Scratch, LS, Visual Studio. Film and annotating, Movie Maker, Animato, Pencil. Blogging and Wiki is like Blogger, Moodle, Wikis, Wikispaces. Publishing means Word, Overwriter, Mixbook. Video casting, then modeling. Blender, SketchUp and so on, right? So finally, recommendation is tie the use of the tool to the specific learning context and the outcome. Give the students an opportunity to first gain the exposure to the tool before assignment. Provide the help manuals and tutorials on using the tool. Provide mechanism for students to get the feedback from the peers, teaching assistants, lecturers and so on. Right? And in summary, digital tools are very useful for students to use and out of the class to create, communicate and collaborate. Don't encourage them to use these digital tools. Bloom's revised taxonomy, digital taxonomy, allows us to map the learning outcomes to these digital tools. Fine. So now again I stop presenting and let me ask any questions regarding this. Oh, you might have been aware of this. I think Bloom's taxonomy. My idea was because you are using a lot of digital tools as a part of this FDP. I wanted to let you know many of the activities that are done in the digital platform as a part of our digital tools, they can also be mapped to the Bloom's taxonomy, RBT. Okay, so kindly make use of this and ensure that people are engaged in one or the other digital activities. Any questions in this regard? So if there are no questions, then I will go to the last part of art of making MOOCs.
So please share the PPT also.
Definitely, I will share it to Madam. I think they will send it to you. These are very much available. Shall I? Yeah, don't worry.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Sir, how is Bloom's taxonomy different from other taxonomies?
Madam, the taxonomies differ from other taxonomy at the levels, like for example, whether it is at fractal level or factual level or knowledge level or metacognitive levels, and what are the further knowledge classifications in that. So they differ basically in that student assessment psychology and many other things. So basically each one have their own classification taxonomies. So it is not that the same verbs or taxonomy classification taxonomy applies to all. They use their own methods.
Sir, how it is superior to others? Why
superior? No, I will tell you.
Okay,
since it is widely accepted and used in the school level. Okay.
Yes, sir. I've done B.Ed, na, that's why I want to know that.
Yeah, it is superior. See, for example, I will tell you, superiority or inferiority is not with respect to their this one. It is widely used. I don't want to call it as superior or inferior. I want to tell you it is widely used, easy to use. These two things I always tell. It is widely used and adopted, and it is easy to use. Is my answer is clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I cannot comment on the superiority because it goes with the subject wise. See, you can always take one case study and argue that the Bloom's taxonomy is useless. And you can take another case study and say that the another taxonomy is really good in that scenario. So many things changes with respect to context. So therefore I use this word widely used, ease of use. Is it clear, madam? Therefore it is famous.
Yes, sir.
Therefore it is widely used and adopted. Because I cannot rank among the, see, I cannot compare apple and orange. Apple is good for the people who love apple. Orange is good for the people who love orange. That's all.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
But anyway, it's a good question, and this question is with me also. Nobody has given me any answer in any forum. Even I am asking this question in many of the education forums, but I did not get any satisfactory answer till now.
Okay, sir.
Many questions will be with us. It will be commonly asked questions, not frequently asked, which does not have answer. But there are very good other taxonomies also. Unfortunately, not being used. It is like our natural life. Any organ in our body also, if you don't use it for longer time, it starts diminishing, right? Similarly, any tool or technology, if you don't use it for a longer time, it starts diminishing, even though it is very good.
Yes, sir.
Fine, shall we move on to the other topic? So last topic
is somebody is raising hand.
Hello?
Sir, somebody is raising hand.
Yeah, please. Yes, let me know.
Sir, I don't know who she is. Manjot Kaur, I think so.
Yeah, I think. Manoj Kaur ji, Manjot Kaur, do you have any question? No. Fine. Yeah. So the last part is about the MOOC, and all of you know the website Swayam. It has different categories of programs, certificate level, diploma, undergraduate, postgraduate level. Okay. So there is a difference between e-contents and MOOCs. In our Indian context, we have EPG Pathshala, which is an OER, Open E-Contents. EPG Pathshala provides e-contents in 4 quadrants and it can be accessed as an open educational resource. Okay. Then where no teacher support or handholding is required. Fine. Whereas a MOOC has a teacher-student groups where MOOC coordinator or a teacher interacts with the learner, and learner can acquire a certificate or a credit on the successful completion of MOOC course on Swayam platform. So development of MOOCs, there are two methods are followed. One is repurposed from ePGP, and every time there are a lot of rerun courses are done, and new MOOCs are also developed every year. So new MOOCs may be offered for the courses of high in demand, but expertise is not available in majority of the university. Usually every year UGC invites suggestions from academia, students and industry. So usually for core and generic papers, ePG Pathshala should be used as a reference. So usually this was credit framework regulations of SWAYAM. It is a UGC credit framework for online learning courses through SWAYAM. It has been amended right now in 2021 also. According to that, the UGC SWAYAM, we shall notify the courses on June 1st and November 1st of every year. Up to 20% of the courses in a program can be actually taken from SWAYAM. The courses on the SWAYAM is permitted for credit transfer, and online learning courses should be available on SWAYAM at any point. So usually the steps to be procedure to be adopted by the universities or institutions adopting MOOCs on SWAYAM. A university through their competent authority, maybe executive council, academic council or board of studies, should make amendments in their ordinances, rules, regulations to incorporate provisions for the transfer of credits for MOOC courses as per UGC regulations. First step. Second step, the university shall select the courses to be permitted for credit transfer through SWAYAM, while ensuring that the physical facilities like laboratories, computer facilities, library, etc. required for the course are made available free to the students in adequate measure. Then university must designate a course coordinator or a facilitator to guide the students throughout the course and to facilitate and conduct lab, practicals and sessional examination. Then the university should widely disseminate the information about the selected courses and motivate students through faculty members, notice boards, student forums, workshops and university websites. Then university should facilitate registration of students. Every student enrolled for the course in the university must register for the MOOC course. Then the host institution shall evaluate the students registered for MOOC courses based on the discussion forums, quizzes, assignments, sessionals and final examination. The university also should assist the host institution to conduct final examination. Then marks for the student, the university shall incorporate the marks or grades communicated by the host institution in the final mark sheet of the student, which counts for the award of degree or diploma. However, the university shall evaluate the students for practical and lab component and incorporate these marks or guidelines in the overall marks of the student. Then on the receipt of the MOOC's completion certificate from the host institute, the university should give equivalent credit weightage up to 20% of the credits earned through SWAYAM. No university shall refuse any students for credit mobility courses earned through MOOCs. Fine. This is the very important thing, and this is how it happens under SWAYAM MOOC platform. Fine. Now I want to see, for example, if you want to create a MOOC, how you should proceed. You have to plan. First, you have to plan for a course. What course you want to offer in MOOC? First, consider the major questions that you need to answer as a part of your subject. Then define a course, prepare a course page, prepare higher level course outline, prepare the detailed syllabus with subtopics, come up with timelines for course creation, right? Then some of the major questions that you have to answer in this stage is, what subtopics will the course address? How much time will be spent learning about each subtopic? How will the progression of subtopic build towards course level learning objectives? How can online videos and supplement materials be leveraged to teach this topic? Will any subtopics will be challenging to present in an online format? How will assessment be used to measure the learner progress and success? First, we have to plan for contents. Content planning begins with defining the course, the main topic along with the course learning objectives. What skills or knowledge will the learner gain by taking the course? So the important should be outcome oriented. Learners will be able to do what? Meaningful to the learner's work or life. Achievable based on the learner's abilities. For example, some example of defining the course. There is a short description first, a course title and what is the organizational design. The short course title is nothing but the short description of the course, and organizational design is learn how to design control systems, decision making processes, and a culture that enables value creation and the development of sustainable competitive advantage. Now, usually what happens at the end of each module, a learner should be able to explain an interrelationship between, this is one example, an organization strategy and structure, describe, hello? Yes, fine, switched off. Fine. So this is one example. Like here you see, you have different levels of Bloom's taxonomy: explain, describe, identify, and manage. Then every course should have a learning objectives. Learning objectives are also called as instructional objectives or performance objectives. And they are the statements that describe what students will be able to do once they get successful completion of the unit instruction. And a good learning objective is specific, measurable, and clearly stated. So what is the importance of learning objectives? You should have a proper instructional material, you should have proper teaching methods, including learning activities and use of technology, and you should have proper assessment methods. So this will help students to focus what they are expected to learn and understand how they will be assessed. So you can use revised Bloom's taxonomy for this. Then there should be a course introduction page. The major points related to the course are name of the course faculty, course teaching assistants, objectives of the course category, what is the pedagogical approach, number of credits, course duration or length, prerequisite, course type, grading policy, certification, and student effort. So this is an example of a Swayambhu course. Okay.
What is this? Then below that you could see.
Yeah, can you please switch off somebody's talk?
Some different level of height and width. Below that again. So it goes on decreasing. Font.
Please, Satish.
The way the font is displayed. Needs.
Yeah. Fine. So a high-level course outline will have offers basic skeleton. It is based on the scope of the course. It gives you the direction while considering a major areas of study include. It comprises of subtopics or lessons in each week, mode of course delivery, some time to complete each subtopic, and so on. The learning time should be properly divided for watching videos, reading some small text, question answering, listening, discussions, thinking, and solving. This is the how you devote the learning time for videos, watching videos, reading materials, answering, listening, discussing, thinking, and solving. So typically high-level course outcomes should have, for example, you have these are the subtopics. One subtopic will have a video for 10 minutes. Next subtopic will have a video lecture plus text for 20 minutes. Then you have another subtopic has only text, and then you have a subtopic which has PDF and animated video. Then you have another video lecture. Then you have an infographics, then text, then followed by a video. Then you have a text and you have a text. So week 1 assessments, you can have ungraded 10 MCQs and checkbox type of questions for self-assessment and practice. You have a graded 20 MCQs and checkbox type questions for graded assessments, and you have again one graded learning activity. And what is the choice of medium of instruction? You can have either videos, text, audio, infographics, images, then presentations, articles in PDF formats and so on. Then you should have a detailed syllabus. You should have all the details of the course. You should have already done a higher level course outline. Build a higher level course outline including learning objectives for each week, short description for each week, number of videos in each subtopic or lesson, number of reading text in each subtopic, the number of case study discussions, practice of ungraded questions, number of graded questions in each week, reference books for each week. Then course content, what it makes a course content effective. You should have varied media to support different learning styles. You should have varied perspective that encourages critical thinking and deeper understanding through multiple viewpoints. You should have a hook over the learner. Review your content and ask, does this really interest me and did I understand easily? Then you should have an introduction or an overview video. It is also called course introduction video. Examples are, so this video should be very short, crisp video, not more than 2.5 minutes generally, and can include a mix of various video elements such as animation, video footages, slides, music and so on. The idea is to make it attractive for potential learners to enroll for the course. So basically, while the truth is you should have different varieties of learning styles in the sense. So typically an institutional or a faculty drivers for blended learning can be defined as failing to two categories. An attempt to merely tame a new digital technologies while maintaining relatively traditional models of teaching, and an effort to fully exploit the affordness of new learning technologies as a part of wider strategy to modernize the curriculum. So therefore, while preparing the MOOC, you should inform your teaching properly. You should have a proper positive motivation. You should have assessment choice. You should have self-assessment and reflection points. You should have proper interactions and dialogue. You should act on the feedback. You should receive quality feedback. Then you should encourage the time and effort of the learner. Then you should clarify the performance. Fine. So at the extended stage, we will have our intermediate students who work in small group to design and facilitate with webinars, entrepreneurs, which will be peer assessed and also recorded for future use. This is how the MOOCs may actually, MOOCs and blended learning may transform. Okay. So basically, sorry. So basically, at the first stage, the amount of interactivity, you should have proper assessment and motivation. You have welcoming, and it should be welcoming and encouraging, setting up a system and assessing. Then you should have online socialization. You should have familiarizing and providing bridges between the cultural, social, learning environment. You should send and receive messages. Then information exchange, tutoring and supporting the use of learning materials, searching for passioning the software, then facilitating processes and conferencing, and supporting and responding by providing links to outside closed references. This is how you should, the learning in digital mode happens. Okay. So I will again, show you this Swayam platform. Every one of you know that. I will show you. I think most of you know this. So you have these, so you can see how a Swayam portal looks like. I don't think I have any courses here, but you can see some courses. For example, there is a course by, I think our own, we will open from some courses of NIT. Assume that there is a course. You can search, like I can search NPTEL courses, maybe of 4 weeks duration. For example, let me check how a course of So this is a course. So it has a course summary and course layout. Okay. Fine. So there are certain, like all these things are already, templates are there. This is the course introduction videos. So like this, so you can join this course. Okay. There are a lot of such courses available, and with this I just want to close my presentation. Now I am open to the questions. Questions, please. See, today we have discussed about very important taxonomy, how the digital activities in digital mode can map up to the Bloom's taxonomy, and how we should create a MOOC course, effective MOOC course. What are the important things that you should? It is not always required that you see, everybody cannot actually prepare a course in Swayam. See, you can prepare the course and put it in some Udemy or edX. edX is also open, this one. You can develop a course and put your course in edX, or you can develop a course and put it in Udemy. So these are all, you can even earn some money. If your course is very good, people will enroll and you can earn some money. I will just show you one course that I have developed and put it in Udemy. Sorry, Udemy. So for example, this is one course that I have, for this one I have introduced. So this is the course. I can log in with my this one. So this is my course. I have designed few videos. I will show you. I have designed the videos. I have myself and one of my students, we have designed some videos, and they're all just 4 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute videos, and there is a small quiz on everything. So this is the course contents, and I have uploaded that. There is a question answer things. We keep getting some questions. Okay. Then there are certain notes, or also notes I have not given. There are certain course announcements. And this is it is not that you should always see. For example, I can see how many people have completed my course, so I can see some of the statistics also here. Okay, and for example, so myself and one of my student from who is a software engineer, we have developed the course, and we have given a proper description, and you can achieve the certificate, and we have uploaded 70 lectures. Up to now 248 students have enrolled, and there is a total 3 hours video. That's all we have created, but we have created a very short course. What I'm trying to tell you is, it is not that you only create a MOOC on Swayam platform, because there is a competition for Swayam platform, and but you can do that in many other platforms like Udemy, Coursera, edX, and many other places. There are a lot of such forums where you can create your course and upload the contents. Fine? Any questions? If there are no questions, madam, should we stop? Yes. Anyone from STC team of NIT Jalandhar?
Hello?
Madam?
Yes, sir.
There are no more questions. I think I have completed my contents. If there are any question, I am open. Otherwise, it is done for the day.
Okay, sir. So we can conclude this session here. Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. I will send all the presentations to your mail.
Yeah, I've sent the email, so do check that, sir.
Please, I will do that. Immediately I will do that.
Okay. Thank you so much for the session, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, dear participants, the next session will be tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Hello, madam. When you are going to upload study material?
Sir, we'll share that with you on the WhatsApp group. Once I'll receive the PPTs, I'll share that with you.
Okay, so as early as possible, if you share, then that will be useful to us.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.